Hello and welcome, friends. I'm James, Opcost Games, and here we play board games. Help you find board games you love, so you can share them with people you care about. This one's a little different. Legacy of You, solo only. So, a little bit of self-care maybe here. But welcome in. Thanks for joining me here today, Allison. Nice to see you. Sorry you can only lurk. That's a shame, but glad you could be here anyway. And yeah, I decided today to keep it simple. I'm going to play Legacy of You. This is a solo-only campaign game, and it's a best of 13. First to either 7 wins or 7 losses. I had meant to set up the win counter, but I forgot until I just said those words. So, whoops. Hey, Interstellar Gecko, welcome in. So yeah, the good news is I don't have to actually remember too much because I'm old and my memory's not that good. We can see here from these cards, these are the cards you get when you're victorious. If we get to the gold card here, we've won the campaign. So we have 1, 2, 3 victories left. So we have 4 wins so far. And conversely, there's 6 loss cards here. So we've only lost once. The game's kind of self-balancing. As we win, the game gets harder. As we lose, the game gets a little bit easier. So that's kind of a cool thing. It's kind of a cool thing. I think maybe I'll move this down a little bit. So I've set up for this campaign. Honestly, I don't remember this game very well. I feel like I remember how to play because playing is quite simple. The core gameplay loop is easy. But I feel like I had all these clever lessons learned in the previous plays, and they have just vanished from my brain. So I'm expecting some losses here today. I don't know how long we're going to play. We'll see how long it takes us. But this is part 3 of this series. So we've played 2 or 3 games usually in the past. There's a chance, there's a world here where we sneak out 3 quick wins, but I doubt it. So we will see. Nice hair. Thanks, Mom. There's what little of it is here. Yeah, got a haircut right before stream. I'm living the dream. My mom even noticed. What could be better? All right, so let's talk through Legacy of You a little bit. Also, one thing I'll say, just because I can. Normally, on Wednesdays, my daughter Sarah streams with me, and I've got her stuff over here, including this little guy, which we called the Sarah Cam. Let's see if it works. I don't even know. Oh, it's just showing the slider. It totally messed up. Well, that's a downer. Okay, well, I'll fix that later, and then I'll show it off. Anyways, it was a fun little camera on a little tabletop dolly. It's got little skateboard wheels and whatever, so that Sarah can kind of move it around and show things close up and stuff. But it's more betterer when it works, you know. Hey, Heavy Tech Mech, thanks for that sub. 22 months. Jesus, I didn't even think I'd been streaming for that long. Yeah. So, all right. Anyways, we'll play with the Sarah Cam later. When I take a break, I'll fix it. I think I just have to deactivate and reactivate it in OBS, and it'll be fine. But let's talk about Legacy of You instead. So, we have won 4 times. We have lost once. I've set this game up. Basically, the idea here is that we are trying to build this canal before the flood ruins everything. Okay? So, we've got this little barge here, and we're building these canal pieces in order to stay ahead of the flood. Okay? We are enlisting the help of these townspeople in order to do so. So we've got a little deck down here for townspeople. This is like, there's 10 cards here. These are cards that we have kind of in our supply. So we're going to be drawing from these every round and discarding some or exhausting some here. Okay, there's also a pile of more townspeople up here. There's actually 6 of them right now that we can enlist for help, including this adorable monkey. So let's remember that for later. Oh my gosh, my laptop just turned off because I restarted it and I didn't set it up so that it wouldn't Go to sleep. James often wins. Lately, I have been winning an unusual amount. It's weird. And on the note of winning, okay, hold on. Story time. I was this year I bought Ghost Stories. Okay, Ghost Stories is a game that came out about 15 years ago in 2008, I think. And it was like the one that got away. It's a cooperative game. It is notoriously hard. And we were playing it at the time with a group that was just too casual to enjoy that game. It was too punishing. And I sold it, having never beaten it. And long story short, I rebought a copy this year, and we played it yesterday and beat Ghost Stories with 4 players on the kind of normal difficulty for the first time. So that felt pretty good. And like, was it unusual? I wasn't expecting to win because that game is just like, it's mean, man. It was down to the wire, and we got about the like luckiest game we could have had. So anyways, felt pretty cool to win finally. It only took 3 tries. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it did take 3 tries. The initial try, we were playing on like the initiation difficulty, which is like super easy mode. Still lost, but we decided to step up to normal difficulty and managed to beat it with some lessons learned. Lessons learned that I'm sure exist in Legacy of You here, but I have forgotten all of them. So we're just going to stumble through. So this is our deck of cards. Basically, we're going to draw from it every turn. And every time we need to draw from it, but there's none here, we're going to shuffle it. But then this water is going to advance forward, okay? And if the water here, this marker ever kind of catches up to our barge, we lose. We also lose if it goes off the end of the board over here before we complete everything. I guess it's not if it catches up to the barge per se. It's if it goes onto an incomplete section of canal, the barge may or may not be present. But anyway, so we're going to be enlisting the help of the villagers in order to make that happen. Unfortunately, there are really annoying barbarians over here. There's a deck of them that's just hiding behind my pretty face here. But there's this deck of barbarians. We're going to be adding them each and every round, and they either need to be bribed or they're going to deal damage to our townspeople. Or we have to defeat them. So turns out barbarians are jerks. Who knew? Team Barbarian, Trombone, how I missed you. How I missed you. Life would be better with more gyration. Apparently that's a quote I said a year ago. I stand by it. I stand by it. All right. So, yeah. Let's just quickly review the things we can do on each turn, because otherwise I'm going to forget. So, we can build the canal. In order to build the canal, we're going to spend the resources up here. So 2 white workers and 2 shells. Any of the workers in this game are the colors like matter. Like we have to use a red worker where it says a red worker. Same with the white ones. They're not. It doesn't mean any worker, right? So we could build this canal section and we would earn the rewards shown at the bottom. That will can only be done once per round, and it will also clear some space for us that's going to be important later. It gives us more trade options and gives us some space because we can build these buildings down here, but we need to have places for them to go. So these all represent spaces where we can place these buildings as we build them. So these ones over here give us income each harvest at the start of the round, basically. People, white workers, provisions, or any worker that isn't white. It feels very racy, all the worker colors in this name, or at least the fact that there's white and black workers. I don't know, whatever. These are going to make it so that, you know, if we have this one built, white and yellow workers are interchangeable, so that's kind of cool. We also get we get 1 extra shell for each of these we've built during income. And then these buildings down here are very expensive to get, but they give us spots where we can place our workers in order to do things, and then we're gonna like get those workers back every round. So that's cool. We like that. And because of our previous victories, when will my meeples by mail arrive? That feels like a year I've been waiting. I gotta connect with the person ahead of you, Jamie Daggers, and get that sent over. So I gotta give Jamie a nudge actually after the stream probably, and then you're next on the list, Trombone. All right, so because of our previous victories, we've got this little guy, and this guy here means that anytime we use one of those huts, we get a bonus shell. We can also discard this to get rid of the leftmost barbarian out of the game, replace it with a townsperson, but then we lose this for the rest of the campaign. As long as we don't use that ability, we can keep getting bonus shells. The shells we can basically use to trade for stuff. There's a couple trades that we have available right now. 3 to 1 shells for brick or wood. And they become more valuable as we build this canal. So yeah, we can build the canal, we can attack the barbarians, we have to pay provisions in order to attack the barbarians. This is one of the lessons we've learned that I kind of remember. I remember we face tanked some of the barbarians until they got into these cheaper spots, and that's when we fought them off. I remember that vaguely. A challenge with that, of course, is that we then have fewer townspeople available to us, and this particular barbarian that we got on our first draw cannot be bribed and is just going to punch us in the face until we dispose of her. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, we can construct all these different buildings. Whatever. We can attack the barbarians. And we can make trades. And that's basically it. All right. So, one thing I do not remember is, what do these cost? Oh, it shows us right there. Huh. Okay, I'm feeling smart today. This is going to be a win. I can feel it. All right, so the first thing we do is we harvest. Okay, we're going to get some resources here. Okay, so we get the resources shown here. We're going to draw 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gain 1 white worker, 1 shell, and 1 provision. We would also earn shells equal to the number of these purple outposts or whatever the hell they are that we've built, but we have built none, so sucks to suck. Okay, so we harvest. Now we get to take actions. Okay, so we can beat up the barbarians, we can make trades, we can enlist the help of the townspeople, all sorts of things like that, right? So right now we've got these guys, for instance. Okay, this is our hand of 4 cards. And we can discard these just to or exhaust them, I think, actually, so that we'll get them back next turn. Or not next turn, but in the future. Just to get what's shown in the brown banner here, okay? We can also discard them and like permanently remove them from our supply in order to get what's in the red banner as well. So I could, you know, discard this person here or exhaust them to gain a wood, or I could discard them to gain a wood and a black worker. So here they go if I just get the top bit, and I throw them way up here into a discard pile to get both. Now, that is one of the lessons learned that I remember. The faster we turn over this deck, the sooner the canal advances. So we want to be really wary of discarding these, because then we have 10 cards currently, and the more we get, the more time there is between deck turnovers, and the longer we have. Like, to advance this canal, we need 2 white workers and 2 shells, and we have like a single worker and a single shell. That isn't happening, you know? No way. So we got to be mindful of that, I guess. I think we can keep all of our workers at the end of the round. That's something I don't remember. Yeah, we just refreshed the row and play until we've either lost because of the flood, moved onto an unbuilt section, the barbarians, if there's 7 barbarians, we lose, or if we run out of cards here, we lose. If we have to destroy one and we can't, which would be a horrifically bad way to go. Okay. What are we gonna do? I just wanted to read about the water advancing to make sure that I didn't screw that up. But I'm quite certain it's when we have to shuffle the thing. Why is that so hard to find? Oh, here we go. Drawing from an empty ready pile. And then you move the flood. Okay, cool. So I was totally right and wasted a bunch of everyone's time just because I could. All right, so what are we going to do in order to win this game? We have 1 worker, which is a tragedy. We could send that worker to go get a provision. We can also, like we talked about before, we can discard these guys either temporarily or permanently in order to gain their benefits. We're basically going to do that with all of our cards every round because they just go away otherwise. The other thing we can do is we can place these workers under the board here, and then we no longer have the card, but we gain their whatever their benefit is every single harvest phase, right? So we will always get whatever that thing happens to be. So that's extremely tempting, frankly, because getting some additional income would be really quite nice. You know, it would just be swell. So our options for that include, you know, we can build one of these. Okay, we would need our white worker, we have that, and a brick and a wood, which we do not have. So in order to get the brick and the wood, well, we could probably advance the barge. That'll get us a brick and a wood. So maybe that's a next round thing. Or we could, like this guy, we could, you know, place her over here to gain a wood. But I don't see any magical way for us to get the brick that we need. So that's a problem. I wish I remembered all of the good things about this game and how to play it semi-effectively. We have a good win rate so far. But like, it feels rusty. Okay, I think that we are going to for sure hire one of these fine people permanently in order to get income each round. So it's just a matter of deciding, do we want a worker each round? Worker's really only helpful if we have places that we can use them. Now we do need the various colors of workers in order to get rid of barbarians, for instance. We need a blue and a yellow worker, which I have no idea how that's going to happen. This is a horrifically bad card to get in the first slot. Normally, you can bribe them, usually by paying a white worker, which we get one of every time. We could just bribe that barbarian away. In order to get rid of it, we have to pay 3 provisions, a blue and a yellow worker. We have no way to get blue workers. We could get a yellow one here on this guy, right? But we don't have enough provisions anyway, even if we wanted to. And she's going to destroy cards, which is going to mean we're turning over our deck faster. So overall, just everything about that, pretty bad. Okay, so let's start with things we know we're going to do. So we can hire these workers up here. Okay, we pay 0 provisions to get this one, 1 provision to get this one, 1 for that one, and so on. Okay, so this one's free. We're going to use Whatever worker happens to be in that first slot, we are putting them to work each and every round. So we can do the same things with this guy as with these ones, but we can't access what's in the red here. We haven't actually like hired this person yet. We can just kind of set them over there, send them off, send them away, and gain the benefits shown in the brown section. What is that called? Recruiting? No, recruiting is getting them to join us. We're like sending them on a quest or something. So if we recruit them, we put them here, and we'll get them in future. We can dismiss them. We just dismiss them. We send them away and gain whatever it is from them. So we got a free provision and shell from that. That's cool. That's almost enough provisions for us to deal with the annoying barbarian lady. Okay. We also probably didn't want to hire this guy. Okay, but are you winning this time? Probably not, Salchi. This guy's going to make us draw extra cards, which in an earlier, I think the run we lost, that was when we tried having lots of card draw. That means we turn over our deck faster. The primary loss condition happens quicker. We don't want to do that. We don't want to screw around with that. Okay, so I think we probably take this yellow worker so that we can use it later to get rid of this unbribable barbarian lady. And hey, there's a brick here. Maybe we can get this turn, right? And then we have a condition for how to deal with the barbarian next time. So what would we do? We'd pay a provision, and then we can just discard this guy over here and gain a brick. We could alternatively put him here, and then we can get bricks on future turns, which might be really useful. But I just don't want to lose all of my cards to this stupid, unbribable barbarian. So we're gonna play it safe. We're gonna gain a brick. Okay. And then we can spend, oh, we need a wood. All right, this gets us a wood. And now we have the resources we need in order to build one of these little things. So we spend a white worker, a wood, and a brick, and we can get one of these three. We can take provisions, white workers, or the other workers. So I actually don't know. We always get one white worker every turn, for sure. Do we want a second one so that we can for sure deal with this stupid canal before we lose? Or do we want to take the scaling play and just get a way of getting it? We could get a blue one or whatever so we can kill the barbarian. But there's a decent chance we just straight up lose the game. It's hard to know here. I'd like to get rid of that barbarian, but we don't know what's in our cards here. We don't know how many workers we got or how much other stuff there is. I'll try to turn later and cheer on the barbarians. Might go take a nap now. I'm glad I put you right to sleep, Trombone. Have a great nap. Because we need to advance this canal on our next turn, or we lose, right? Because we're gonna take 4 cards from this, and then on the next time we'll take 2 cards, and then it has to advance. So we have next round in order to fix that. So there's a white worker that we can get off of this guy if we have to dig deep and find a way to get provisions. Let's do this. Okay, so we immediately gain a provision because we cover up this provision spot. And now we have additional income. 1 worker of any color other than white. Okay, so now the question becomes, which of these ones do we want to hire permanently? I think this one. We can permanently gain a provision and a shell. We always need provisions. I mean, getting wood every round might not be terrible. These things are horrifically expensive, and that's kind of hard to come by. So that might not be terrible. But we also just always need provisions for literally everything. And And this one has more value when we play it because it has a shell as well. Let's try the wood. Which means we can just discard this girl to gain a provision. And we can send this guy over here to work and get us a provision. And that's a hut. So I think that gets us an additional shell as well. So we have enough shells here to trade for wood or brick or whatever. So that's a pretty decently successful first turn, I think. Maybe. You didn't put me to sleep. I'm fatigued from COVID. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that you have COVID. I hope it wasn't too severe, Trombone. And I hope you're doing well. Please go rest up. All right, we used all of our cards. We hired a dude, so we're going to get quite a bit of additional income for our next round. We potentially can hire that monkey, which, you know, who doesn't like having a monkey available for various shenanigans, you know? So we took our actions. We did not build the canal, so the barge just stays there. So we suffer barbarian attacks now. So we have to reconcile this. Most of these cards are going to show... Oh my gosh, most of these... There's some mean barbarians. But most of them are going to show something like this, where we can bribe the worker, the barbarian. We're either destroying a card or paying a worker. Okay? This one just straight up destroys a card. And there is simply no opportunity for us to do anything. We just suffer. Okay, so she's gonna kill this townsfolk. Who does she kill? Let's see. Oh no, our brick guy. Shit. Well, we didn't take the other guy so that we could get that brick immediately. And now she killed our other brick guy. What a jerk. It turns out barbarians are rude. Who'd have thunk it? Okay, so we slide these guys all the way to the left. We move this barbarian over one. We played out another barbarian. And then we fill in this townsfolk spot with a new, double brick guy. Oh, who needs that other crappy bricklayer? We got the old master here. Okay. And as we build more canals, we'll be putting more than one barbarian each round. I remember now. Okay, so next harvest phase. We get 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we will be advancing this next round, which means we have to build this canal or we will lose. We also gain a white worker, a shell, and a provision. And then we get a worker of our choice. I should bring this guy back from the board. God, there's another awful barbarian. We're getting all the mean barbarians immediately. That sucks. We really want to get... We don't want to be killing cards each round with no way to bribe. So we're going to take a blue worker so that we have what we need in order to attack this lady. Problem solved. Okay. Income is complete. Let's see what we got. See what we got. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we found all the workers. Each one of these cards has workers on it. This actually works out really nicely for us because this guy we can use to pay the bribe of our new mean... Listen, this girl has a really unsettling smile. I don't know. I just don't like it. You know? I don't like it. So I'm going to call her the mean barbarian, because even compared to most barbarians, she seems extra mean. So we have a way of bribing that barbarian, which is very good. And then everybody else just gives us workers, which was the one thing we weren't sure if we were going to have, you know, a way of getting easily, and we can then use that to complete the old canal here. So that problem is solved. Now, interestingly, these ones also give us income of workers, but in order to put these... Oh, hey, we didn't take that income. We get a wood and a shell. Whoops. In order to place these under the board, we have to have cleared a spot for them. We have to actually build this thing before we have access to these spots. So we're probably not going to be able to use that this round, but maybe the next loop through where we see these guys, we can do it. So before we screw this up, we're going to take this red worker because we know we're going to need it for that bribe. Okay. And then I think we're just going to complete this immediately. So of these ones, I don't know. I don't know that it matters. We're going to gain a white worker, and we'll just leave it there because we're going to pay another one and 2 shells in order to complete this canal section. Now, we can only do that once per round, so we actually take this barge off and put it over here on the rule book so that we don't forget that we can only do it once. Now, we immediately gain a brick and a wood. Those are not over there. I don't know why I put them over here. It's just making life difficult for me. Let's fix that. And then this just gets discarded. So we have an extra spot now that we can build a house, right? Whether it's one of these guys, these ones, or one of those ones. We get bonus shells for using huts. I think we want to lean into that. We want to get one of these huts out. The problem is that we need bricks. 3 bricks is a lot of bricks, right? And we have enough shells here that we could trade for a brick, but it will only get us... We have 1. We could get 2 bricks. And 2 bricks, sadly, is not 3 bricks. Sucks to suck. Because, yeah, this would give us an extra spot where we can get a worker of any color and a shell. That would be rad to have. It would please us greatly, I think. Okay, well, too bad. We cannot trade enough to get the bricks that we need. Now, what the other thing we can do is, this one's always free, right? Maybe let's take this and put it down here. So we're adding cards. We want to add as many cards as possible. Make this deck nice and thick. Slow down the rate at which that advances. And gaining an extra worker is nice. What do we have so far? We have yellow, black, and 2 red. So we don't have any source of blue workers. So if we built one of these, for instance, we might want to make it so that white and blue workers are interchangeable. It's an idea. We can always take them from here. We got a couple ways. Okay. So, the monkey. Listen, if we pay a provision and discard the monkey, it gives us 3 shells. That's like immediately just take a resource. We could get enough that we could build this thing. Right? We would have 6 shells. We could get 2 bricks with them. We could build a hut. Let's do that. Sorry, monkey. We're going to discard the monkey. We're going to turn those 3 shells into a brick. We're going to turn these 3 shells into a brick. I guess we had to pay a provision to get access to that monkey. That's okay. And then we're going to discard this card to get another worker. And then we can pay that worker our 3 brick and a wood. In order to get this, we gain another shell for our trouble. And whatever's on the back of this, I don't remember. Doesn't this... We add a townsperson directly into our hand, I think. I think this is like a super good one. Draw 1 card from the top of the townsfolk pile and add it to your hand. Okay. We have another source of wood. That's not super useful, frankly, because we are getting some here, but it isn't horrible. It isn't horrible. They're twins also, so that's a nice coincidence. All right. So we're going to put this guy here, and we get a yellow worker and a shell, because it gets us any color of worker. Now, unfortunately... Oh, wait, we can get a worker here. Okay, we're going to need... We have our red worker that we saved for later, so we didn't screw it up. So that's our bribe. We need 3 provisions and these 2 guys to deal with this barbarian. So we can do that now. Yellow, blue. We normally wouldn't. We'd wait until they were over here, but they're killing cards, and we really don't need that. So we're going to destroy this barbarian. When we defeat them, we get their reward shown here, which sadly, that's actually a pretty easy barbarian to eliminate, but not one that gives us a good reward. But whatever, we gain a shell. We'll take it. And this is our bribe guy, so we need to keep him. So we can gain a wood, and we can gain a white worker. And then we can send that worker to get us a provision and a shell, because of our bonus thing here. And then this is our bribe. And I think we're basically kind of tapped out. Now, we do want to get this brick guy next turn, so we're going to be paying a provision for him either way. But maybe we just turn this over. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just pay 1 provision to gain a provision and a shell, because then we'll just get other workers faster. We don't actually have a ton of provisions in here. Maybe we need that lady into our hand. So what would we wouldn't have got the... Yeah, let's add that down here. We paid a provision to get it. Okay. We can trade for provisions, but this feels pretty good. Okay, so the barbarians attack. We are going to bribe that barbarian with this red worker, so nothing otherwise bad happens. We're going to move over. We get another one. Oh, it's the same terrifying face lady. I don't love that. I still don't love that. But what are you going to do? These guys slide over. We get 3 more. Oh, another double brick. And a blue worker, the only one we don't have. Oh, I remember. Oh, I needed that white worker to get a provision. I messed that up. I was going to hire this guy in order to get a blue worker every turn and not take that provision. But we will suffer the consequences for our mistake. Oh well. Okay. Oh, and the barge goes back. All right, so we are going to do the harvest. We're going to draw cards. There are not enough cards, which means this moves forward. We're going to shuffle these to make a new deck. We get 4 cards. What else do we get? We get our workers back from the board. We gain a white worker, a shell, and a provision. And we get a worker of any color. We basically need yellow and blue just steady for these particular barbarians. But we also need a red one here. Well, maybe let's take a look at our cards. Okay, let's take a yellow one. Or a blue one. Okay. So our cards are very worker heavy, basically. And we have probably 2 more full turns after this one. If no barbarians attack us successfully, we have 2 full turns after this one before we have to advance this. Because once we advance this, we start adding more barbarians. So we kind of want to like prolong this one as much as possible. Oh, and we get a wood and a shell. Let's not forget that. Max, welcome in. You gonna buy my old crappy computer parts? Let me know. You might have already let me know on Discord. I have no idea. Okay, so we're not going to do this turn intentionally because we want to delay that, because then we start adding more barbarians. So what we need to do is we need to do these actions, and probably we can't build another thing until we move the canal, which we're not doing. So we can like pile up, amass some resources here. So let's try and eliminate one of these barbarians again, I guess. A challenge for us is we're provision shy. We only have 2. We can trade for them 2 to 1. It's not bad. Send you a message, but figured wouldn't hear back till after stream. There you go. All right, I'll see what you said. I hope you lowballed me. Okay, so we need yellow and blue workers in order to deal with this barbarian threat. We also need bricks to fight this one off. So either one of them costs 3. Maybe we'll face tank this one. So we'll gain a red worker. That's going to be our bribe. I'm sorry, red workers. You exist to die. And we'll put this guy here so that we can get a yellow worker so that we can deal with the brick lady. Okay. And we also get a shell when we do that. So we need 3 provisions in order to attack this barbarian. So we're going to play this one here. It gets us a provision and a shell. So we'll pay those 3 provisions, 2 yellow workers and a blue worker to defeat this barbarian. Normally, we tried really hard to just like wait until they're in these slots just to save provisions, but we're absolutely ignoring that for reasons I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, we kill this barbarian. We gain a shell and a white worker. We basically can get a ton of workers and not a whole lot else. So let's turn these in for a provision and put this guy in the deck. That gets us lots of brick. We're gonna need brick for these huts. Let's do that again and take this other brick lady. So we not till we turn over our hand a couple of times, but we're suddenly gonna have a ton of brick, essentially. And I think we're just going to kind of delay the inevitable here. We're going to discard this guy to gain a white worker, and then we're going to just discard these ones. Oh, I can hire one. I can fix my mistake. Oh, this one gives us blue worker income. Perfect. That's the same one. So we can hire that one permanently, and then we can get rid of a white, or gain a white and a black worker here. We don't have anywhere to put these guys, but we'll probably do this next turn. Because we are resource limited here. If there's anything we can't draw, we just don't get it, right? All right. So I think that's it. I think we've taken all of our actions. We are done. We're going to bribe this fine-looking lady. Put out a new barbarian. So now we need a red and a blue if we're going to pay our bribes. These slide over. And we get new ones. Okay, I think we have more red than anything else in our deck. I think 2. But we have some amount of red workers. We also have blue worker income, but I think otherwise we don't have any in our deck here. So it might be worth taking one of these. I mean, we could just take this one for sure next round. Anyway, these guys come back. We dealt with our barbarian attack. And we get to harvest. So 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's exactly 4 left. If nobody dies to these, we got 1 more turn before we advance that. This feels very gamey because we basically have to stockpile resources now or we probably lose later, right? But just the way it goes. So we got 4, 1, 1, 1. A worker of our choosing, a blue one, and a wood and a shell. We got tons of wood, a decent number of shells, a ton of workers, nowhere to place these things. And we still get a worker of our choosing, which we're going to choose yellow because we need them for all of these. Or maybe black. I don't know. What do we got in our hand? Well, we need 2 yellow workers. Maybe what we're going to do is not choose yellow. We're going to choose red. As we're just going to pay our bribe. We're going to do what we're supposed to do. We're going to bribe the barbarians until they are cheaper to deal with. Because we don't have very many provisions. We can't afford it. We get 1 every turn, maybe 2. Okay. So. We got our bribe figured out. We're just going to set those aside. Sorry, guys. You're going to die. I don't like it, but you got to do what you got to do, you know? We're going to need some shells to build this. We can't build one of these yet because there's no space for the building. Likewise for these. I think there's only 1 space. Yeah, only 1 space under each of these next ones. I think we probably want the hut. It gives us more flexibility. This gives us, I mean, maybe the provision one. We don't have a lot of ways of getting provisions, which sucks. Okay, so let's add this one to our hand so that we can gain more blue workers. I mean, adding them to our hand is nice. It delays the thing, but it doesn't solve our provision problem. We really need provision income down here. Like this lady. But we can't get this turn unless we're prepared to add more barbarians. No, we're gonna stick to the plan. We're gonna stockpile resources first. Do we have very many yellow worker guys? I don't think so. I don't think so. We got this one. Do we want another one? I want more provisions, damn it. Okay. Let's get a provision and a shell. We can trade shells for provisions at any time also. So that's a thing. We can also get a provision this way. We're not doing this turn. So whatever. And it feels yucky, but we're going to spend those provisions to add these to our deck. It's like an investment for later. Maybe we'll just discard this one because we already have blue and we get blue income here. We don't need that many blue workers. So is it always better to place it in our deck? Probably. Okay. We're not paying 2 provisions for anything. Forget it. So we get a yellow, a red worker, and another wood. Because, you know, that's what we need. And then we can play this to get a black worker, because we'll need that for eventually dealing with this guy. We got the 2 black workers that we need. We got a yellow worker. Okay. We have a ton of workers here that we really can't do anything with, but we're just setting ourselves up so that we can have a successful next turn. Oh, I should have got a shell when I took that guy too. Okay, so barbarians attack. We pay them off. Sorry guys, you died for a good cause. We had another barbarian. Whoops. Ooh. Ugh. Ugh. We got all the mean barbarians. This one we need 3 workers, but of any color. But as a reward, we immediately get a card into our hand, just like that last time. That's super good, but the bribe is extremely expensive. 2 provisions, which we don't have, the one thing we don't have extra, or she kills 2 cards. So that's super bad. Okay, we get a couple new ones here. None of which have provisions on them. Where are our provision havers? Okay. 4 cards. We gain a white worker, a shell, a provision. These guys come back. We also get a wood, a shell, a blue worker. And then we can gain a worker of our choosing. So we've got our bribe here. We probably want to get rid of this gal. I don't know. Let's take a black worker. We have a ton of workers here. We gotta dig deep and make some things happen this round. All right, we can get some resources, more wood. That's definitely what we need. Provisions, which we actually do need, but we probably need to put this here so we get some provision income instead. Okay, so let's do. Oh, a person dies? I didn't know that that was a thing on that card. So it's going to immediately advance the water. Okay, so we want to add any, because we're going to, when we build this, it's going to cycle our deck. We want to add any cards we're going to add to our deck now before we do that, which I remember from last time, lesson learned. Are we going to add this red one to our deck? I don't know. I mean, we have lots of workers. We need provisions, damn it. That's rough. But, well, how many cards do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16. So we get like 3 rounds between the barge advancing. Unless we add 4 more cards, we don't get an additional round. Oh, but one's gonna die. Okay. Let's add that one for free. I think that's the only one. I don't know. Man, this is tough. It's hard to know what to do. We need to these provisions. I wish these guys had frickin' provisions on them. Okay. Let's do this. If we spend, we get a brick this way with this guy. Well, I guess these cards we also want to add to that first before we turn it over, right? We probably never need this wood card, so that would be a great one to put in there. So we can do this one, gain a provision and a shell. Okay, and then let's do this building. We're going to pay a white worker, a brick, 3 of these as a brick, and 3 more of them as another brick. So 3 bricks. And a wood. And that lets us get this. Oh, we have to build the barge first. What am I doing? Fool! Okay, well, I'll just take the resources back. The shells were already paid. Okay, so we're going to install this lady. We're not going to use this for anything other than to gain a worker, so we'll put him back in the hand anyway. If we nuked him, it wouldn't be horrible. And then we're going to pay 2 white workers and 2 shells in order to build this section of the canal. So we gain a brick and a wood. And we destroy a card. There are none to destroy. So we're going to cycle the deck here, and this is going to move forward immediately. So now we can destroy a card to get 2 shells, which I don't think we ever did last time. I feel like we'd have to be really desperate or have cards that we want to get out of our hand, but generally just fodder, delaying the inevitable, I feel like is more valuable than getting rid of the cards. Whoa. All right. So what do we lose? One of our yellow workers, probably one of the more useful ones that we had in there, is lost to the floods. Unlucky. And we're going to start putting out 2 barbarians, but we did free up another spot, which we know we're going to use for this one. So we're just going to pay that again. 1 white worker, 3 bricks, and a wood. And we can put this hut right here we get a worker of our choosing. Our bribe is done here. I don't know. We get blue every time. I feel like I might not have taken that, but oh well. Okay. We're gonna continue feeding red workers to the machine there. And then we're gonna install this person here as, oh, we gain a provision. Nice. And we're going to install this one here so that we gain a provision and a shell every turn. Because, man, those provisions, we need them desperately. Now, this spot here is also another spot we can work to get resources, which we're generally going to want to get brick from, because we have an abundance of wood, and a brick is like 3 shells. So, let's just assume we're sending these guys to work. A brick, we get a bonus shell because of our thing here. We get a worker of any color. Let's take a red one or a yellow one. Okay. And a provision. Or sorry, not a provision, a shell. And then this guy gets us a provision and a shell. Okay, so we have 6 provisions, 5 shells, and a slew of workers. Now, if we're going to bribe these guys, we got to pay some of these workers, but it might be time to just eliminate this girl. She's in the 2 provision slot. Oh, we wanted to get rid of this one, though, because we can't bribe them. So we need to pay 3 provisions and 3 workers. We have no use for red workers right now, so sorry, red workers. So 2 red workers and a black worker, they die. And this girl is eliminated. We gain the top card directly to our hand. It's a way to get more wood. Exactly what we didn't need whatsoever. Sucky. Okay, so if we build this thing, we get an additional spot for stuff, and we don't actually increase the rate that barbarians come out. So there's not really a compelling reason why we wouldn't do that immediately. We have what we need to do it. 2 white workers, a yellow worker, these 3. We still have our bribe. I'm short a red worker. Okay, that's why I was keeping a red worker. Let's pretend I did that correctly. I'm going to happily retcon that. I'm going to keep my worker for my bribe. I could have used whatever for getting rid of this one. Okay, so we paid this. Oh, 2 people are going to die. That sucks. All right, we gain a brick. And we get rid of 2 cards. What do we get rid of? A blue. That was also useful. And white. Okay, not super useful. Okay, we can now trade a white worker and a provision for any color of worker. We're probably not going to do that. But this also means that we have an opportunity to possibly build here. Now, unfortunately, I was foolish enough to use all the white workers on here, and that's what we need in order to construct any of the buildings. So we only have a black and a yellow worker left, and we can get an extra wood, the least useful thing, or an additional blue worker, which also doesn't help us. So, sucks to suck. I guess I could get one here. I could pay a provision, and I could discard this guy to gain a white worker, and then I could build a building this turn. I'll get the provision back anyway, not that I need it. So, what type of building do I want to build? The huts are nice because they get us extra shells, which we can trade for provisions. What's this one give us? We have lots of workers. Lets us draw a card. That's less useful. Let's get this provision farm. Or have more flexibility in which workers and gain a shell. Well, this would actually eat up some of this stupid wood we have. I think provisions are our biggest problem right now. A shell is essentially half a provision, though, and it makes placement more flexible. So let's do that one. So, white worker, brick, 3 wood. And we gain blue, so that's probably not the most useful. We've also got rid of a bunch of cards that need yellow, so probably there's fewer that need yellow in the deck. So either black or red being interchangeable with white. We have a couple red cards. I don't remember if we threw any out. Let's do red. Let's do red. So we'll place this here. We gain a provision. And now we'll get an extra shell every round. So we get like, you know, half a provision extra. Not terrible. And then let's just gain a stupid wood with this. And I couldn't decide if we wanted that guy in our deck. But we probably need him. Like, we need lots of different workers here. Honestly, we're going to be short of cards that give us white workers. I think that's going to be a real problem for us later on here. But let's see here. I can't get rid of any of these guys because I just don't quite have the workers required. I'm not paying 2 provisions to get a black worker in order to get rid of that guy. Okay, we'll just get rid of these guys next round. We'll pay the bribes for now. So do I want that blue worker? Let's go yes. Let's do the yes. Just take it on principle. And we'll call it a day. So, got to pay our bribes. Blue worker, red worker. Sorry guys. We got to add 2 barbarians now, which sucks. 2 red and a black. 2 black and a red. Hey, at least red, we can use white, the one that we don't have a ton of extras of. Yikes. Okay, so we need a little bit of everything if we want to bribe, but we're going to try and eliminate these guys next round. This guy is of, like, exceedingly low value to us because we don't need the 2 wood. This would be nice to have in our hand at various times, but whatever. Okay. We harvest. Four cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. A white worker. A shell and a provision, plus an extra shell. Then a wood and a shell. Then a blue worker. And then a provision and a shell. And then a worker of our choosing. Which is probably going to be black or red. Probably red. Okay. So. We don't have to worry about the barge. We just have to know that we're going to constantly get 2 more barbarians. So we really have to be looking to eliminate these ones. The barbarians we're getting out are harder ones that require 3. At least some of them. Okay, most of them require 3. I'm misremembering. Anyway. Okay, so if we wanted to bribe these 2 guys, because they're too expensive from a provision perspective, we need a brick and a yellow worker. A brick bribe really isn't bad. We can face tank that guy for a long time. Okay, so this would be our bribe. And we need a blue and 2 yellow and 2 black and a yellow. So we would need to get 3 yellows and 1 black, which feels exceedingly unlikely. I don't remember if we took this one. I think we did. So we can get 1 yellow. And that's really it. We can get the black here for free, right? We could just discard this guy. Get our other black worker. I mean, we can also suffer. We don't have to pay the bribe. But we really would rather. We do have 2 of these bricklayer cards that give us 2 brick. So we could probably discard this one permanently. Gain 2 brick and a worker of any color, which could be yellow, because we desperately need it. Let's do that. 2 brick and a yellow worker. So now we have the workers required to eliminate this guy. Or if we get 1 more yellow worker, we can get rid of this guy. But we don't have a... Oh, I guess there's the yellow worker here. Okay, so which one of those do we care about more? I mean, we get a blue worker income, so we can just constantly feed that guy the blue worker, potentially. But unfortunately, we would have to use it this round, and we wouldn't have it. But we can get another one. Okay, well... What else are we going to do here? Probably we're going to... I mean, we don't want to reveal this. We're definitely not ready to do this and start dealing with 3 barbarians. We gotta get our shit in order here. That does give us 2 spaces for buildings, but we're gonna wait and see. We do also need blue workers for quite a bit of things, so stockpiling some would be kind of okay. All right, so what is the play here? We can't build anything. We're not ready to do the barge. So we don't need our white workers for anything in particular. So we can go get a provision and a shell with these guys. We can go get probably a brick and a shell. We have tons of brick. We can face tank this guy for years. We don't care about him at all. Okay. We're going to get a provision and a shell here. We have quite a few provisions. We don't need wood, right? Like, even if we buy the most expensive buildings remaining, like, we get wood income. So let's pay a provision to discard this guy. That's 2 wood. Or we only get the 2 wood. We don't get the worker. That's right. Well, whatever. We can also turn that over. So... Excuse me. Okay. We don't need any of the resources provided by these cards, and we're not going to be installing one down here, so we can just assume we're taking a red and a black worker from them. And then now we can figure out with the pieces that we have here, what the heck are we going to do? We need a yellow and a brick for our bribe. So, we need 2 yellow and a blue, or 2 black and a yellow to get rid of one of those guys. Probably this one. The fact that we get the income is nice, but it's clumsy. Okay, so we pay 2 provisions. Oh, let's pay shells as provisions. And 2 black and a yellow to go defeat this guy. So he's dead. We get 2 shells back and a brick. We do have quite a stockpile of resources. And then we don't have anything even remotely resembling what we need in order to get rid of this guy. Now, we can pay the bribe if we're going to have to, I guess. I mean, we could go here and get a yellow worker and a shell. And then we could trade a white worker and a provision for a yellow worker. And then we have what we need. We pay 2 more provisions. 2 yellow and a blue. And this lady's dead. Now we don't have to bribe her anymore. We get 2 shells and a wood. The lucrative resource we need so much of. We're just not going to be able to take anymore because it's going to all be gone. We need a guy up here that we can bribe with wood. Really likes trees. I don't know. Thank you for taking care of me, Martina. All right. So, I mean, we do have what's here for this guy. But if we save it till next time, like that saves us a yellow worker now. If we wait till we're here, we save a provision, essentially. And then we kind of want to keep it so we always have 2 guys that we can eliminate in the 2 provision slots, generally, I think. So let's not kill him. Let's pay 1 provision to put this guy in our deck, because he gives us provisions, and even with our provision income, it feels like, you know, we're shy on them. And then I think we're basically done. We probably do want to trade a couple of these shells for provisions. We can do this in real time if we need to, but we'll just do it in advance, just so we don't run out. We have a ton of resources. There really are only 4 resources. We have like a decent amount of each, so we probably build this thing next turn. Just so we have more spots to build. Alright, so they're going to attack us. We're going to pay a yellow worker and a brick. These guys are going to move over to make space for that guy. We pay a wood! Sweet! And this guy who makes us draw an additional barbarian. So these guys we just pay forever. This guy we kill. Because I don't want to reveal additional barbarians. Okay. These guys come back. We get 3 new workers here. What do we got? Brick with a blue worker, yellow worker, and double provision. That would be a great one to have in our hand. Not terrible. We also have a thick deck here. We could potentially gain, you know, if we get an extra card draw, like we're way ahead of the wave here. Okay, so what do we get? We get 4 cards. We get a white worker. We get 2 provisions and, or sorry, 2 shells and a provision. Okay, then we get a wood, the last one. We have all of the wood in the game, a shell, a blue worker, a provision, and a shell. And we still get a worker of any color. So we want to just leave these guys alone. We want a blue worker. Because we're going to need, this is our go kill that one guy. And we just are shy 1 black worker, which we can get from here. Okay, so what do we get in hand? More wood and brick. Not what we were looking for, but that's okay. That's okay. So, we got our little crew over here of dudes. We might be shy blue workers. I don't know that I want to be putting out 3 barbarians. It's weird. I want to build more houses, but of course there are no places to build houses. But the biggest gap that we're having right now is actually having the workers that we need to, you know, eliminate barbarians. But that's like, we need to build more of these to get more of the workers, you know? Okay, so we're gonna kill this guy and this girl, right? We have to get rid of this one because we don't want more barbarians, period. So let's just do that now so we don't screw it up. Okay, 3 provisions, 2 blue and a black. Dead. We gain 2 shells and a brick, completing our lucrative brick domination. I don't know. These ones we can just keep as barbarians up there forever until they're dirt cheap to kill, and then we can just get rid of them. It actually does us a favor by getting rid of brick, you know? And they don't really, like, yeah, who cares? So we want to get rid of this guy. We have 2 red. We have 2 provisions. We need a black worker. So we'll go here. That gets us a shell and the worker that we need in order to go eliminate this guy. Which gets us another shell and a white worker. So we have all of the shells in the game, but we can freely trade them whenever for provisions, 2 to 1. Okay, we have a ton of wood, all the wood in the game. We cannot build anything unless we get this, and then we start getting 3 barbarians. We're not going to be more prepared than this. We basically have all of the game's resources, and we're not going to get provisions very fast, no matter what we do. So, we might as well advance this barge, I think. Now, 2 people are going to die. That means it's the difference between getting 1 more turn before the wave moves and not, but we don't care because we're way ahead of the wave. So, the unfortunate thing is we need a blue worker to do that, which we do not have. So, we'll pay a white worker and a provision to get it. Then we have 1 blue, 2 white, and 3 shells. We gain this. Hey, we get an extra wood, which we literally can't take because we have all of them. And 2 people die. So who's going to die today? Red worker. Provision. Oh, that sucks. I mean, we do get a lot of shell income, especially as we use this. So the provision thing isn't as bad as it could be. So now we have 2 places for things. And we basically want to put these ones here. We can also trade shells for workers now. So we have 1 white worker, 3 bricks, and a wood. And we can get this. So we can put this, I don't know, we'll put it here and gain a black worker. We also get a shell out of the deal. Woo! It's what we needed, you know? I want to not screw up my brick. I guess we could always trade shells for brick or something, but that's our bribe. Let's not forget that. Okay, so our biggest problem is that we have to kill 2 barbarians each round. Now 3, actually, which on average requires 9 workers, and we get 1, 2, 3 without playing cards. So let's put this guy here. Or actually, let's use... We're actually short of workers to even go work these things. Oh, this guy is so happy. I love this card. This is my favorite card in the game. This guy's just... Look how happy he is. He's just, like... Has a prize-winning cock and, like, is just as happy as can be. Look. I like it. Alright. So... Let's put this guy to work here, because we get to draw a card. Because we're going to turn the thing over next turn anyway. And we get a shell. We want to use these every time. But this gives us a little agency. We probably want to have this guy hired. So we get a red worker every turn. Because red and white are interchangeable. And we don't have a lot of red income anyway. So let's get a white and a yellow worker by discarding those. And let's put them to work. So we get a provision and a shell. And then we get, I don't know, a brick and a shell. And... Oh, wait. Let's not take the brick and the shell. What am I doing? Don't do that. Let's use this guy to build this one, because we have space for it now. So 1, we can discard this lady for 2 bricks. So 3 bricks and a wood. Gorgeous. Then we can put this here. We get a red worker back. And this is out of the way. And we draw a card. Another brick. Fabulous. This is a 2 shell spot, so it's essentially 3 shells. But we can take that brick card that we're not going to need and put it here. So now we get, like, basically workers of every color. We get workers of every color other than black. We could take that here. So we could get 1 worker of every color with our current little income arrangement here. Not bad. We can also play a guy here. We get 3 shells, which means that if we pay one additional shell back, we can get a white worker, which we can then send to go work for us to get us a brick and a shell. And we've worked all of these spots, which is awesome. We're not leaving anything on the table there. We are going to get 3 barbarians, which is an absolute tragedy. These ones are particularly easy to bribe. What are we going to do here? We're going to pay 1 provision to add this 2 provision guy to our hand for sure. This guy we can just send away and gain a brick because he's of low value to us otherwise. And this guy we can pay a provision and gain... Ooh, do we want it in our hand? We're about to turn over the deck, so probably yeah. And then we can get another wood. Living the dream. Okay, cool. We did it. That was a good round. We got lots done. We definitely want to clear this one as soon as possible so we have extra spots for our workers, and we probably want to put these on them so that our workers are very interchangeable. So, that said, we got to pay these barbarians. Brick, wood. We're going to move over so that we can get 3 new barbarians. If we ever have 7, we immediately lose. So hopefully we haven't bit off more than we can chew here. And that means the unfortunate thing about it is that we only have 2 slots for townspeople. All right, so we're going to draw 4 cards. That means this is going to move. I guess this barge should be back. I didn't build twice in one round, did I? I hope not. I don't think so. This deck's actually thinner than I thought. We only get 3 turns before the thing moves, and that's if we don't build this, because that's going to destroy 3 cards. But if we build this really fast and then survive the round, we win. It's essentially, that's kind of how the game works. It's like a war of attrition. Toward the end, we just have to quickly do this, or else we just can't sustain it and we lose. So, income. We get 1 worker of every color, though we could get something other than a black worker if we want. But no, it's going to be useful anyway. We then gain 2 shells, a provision. We get these guys all back. A wood and a shell. A blue worker. A provision and a shell. A red worker and a yellow worker. So you got a whole schwack of workers present here. And whatever's on our cards. Okay, we have almost all the shells in the game set over here. We have some of the provisions. We can get some more, which is cool. And this is also pretty good. We can pay nothing to just immediately gain 2 provisions, or we can put that in our hand for free, which I think we want to add these to our hand. We don't need the 2 wood guy. Like, he's of so low value, but we're just going to add him to our hand for a provision, because later we're just going to throw him away to get any worker. Because that's strong, at least. And then we can pay a brick and a wood to face tank these guys, but they're the inexpensive ones to eliminate also. So we might need to just get rid of them because we can't pay the provisions. Like, we'd pay 3 provisions to get rid of both of those guys, and we'd have to pay 3 provisions to get rid of one of these. This is the unbribable lady. Okay, so that's a good target. You know what? Let's just kill the unbribable lady right now. 3 provisions. Actually, we'll pay some shells for them. 2, 4, that. A red and a black. Let's delete the unbribable lady and take a shell back. And then we know we want to build this, so that's red and blue, but we're going to add 3 barbarians, so we have to get rid of at least 1 more barbarian. Let's not screw that up. So what are we going to need to build? We're going to need red, blue, 2 white, and 3 shells. Okay, so we'll set that aside. And then we probably want... I mean, this is another brick guy. Another super bribable one. That sucks. So let's kill the easier one, probably. Like the cheaper one. So that's 1 provision, 2 black, and a red. So we can use... We have an abundance of yellow workers. Let's send one here to get another black worker. And then we'll pay, yeah, 1 provision, 2 black, and a red. This guy's out. What do we get? We draw a card and gain a shell. Useless card. Oh well. I wish I had done this and deleted that one, but I didn't. Okay, so we're not going to die if we don't kill any other barbarians, because we have 3 up here, and we would add 3, which would put us at 6. We don't want to do that. We'd like to kill another one first, but we can tolerate it, you know? So, let's build this. We'll still get another turn after before the thing advances, and it's way far away. So, blue, red, 2 white workers, 3 shells. We gain this. So we get a brick, and we get rid of 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got rid of a wood one, which is useless, but we got rid of a provision one that we like. So that's a shame. Oh well, what are you going to do? All right, so we got space now for 2 more buildings. And those get us workers if we build them. So that's cool. We can also trade 2 provisions and 2 shells to just add a card from here into our hand. Which is great because, of course, we get to use it immediately. Not wait till we cycle our deck. And it comes off the top, which means that it's not necessarily waiting for... waiting for like their cards to exist, because we're only going to have 1 card at the top unless we kill some more barbarians. So we probably should eliminate this guy. Or one of these guys and just forget it. You know, we could get rid of this guy. We'd need 2 red workers though. So what do we got down here in our hand? We don't have any space to, you know, put more income. So these workers probably we're just going to take as a yellow and a red. Okay, this is our potential bribe. Right? This one is annoying. It costs us more though. We kind of want to not... We want to pay as little as possible when deleting these guys. Right? That was one of our lessons learned that I recall. Okay, we're also going to gain 2 provisions because we'll need those to go hunt these barbarians. We don't particularly need 2 bricks. Even for the buildings that are left, we can build 2, but we probably want to build these ones. They give us a lot of flexibility with our workers, but having 1 extra white worker might not be horrible either. We need one here. They're kind of hard to get. I mean, we can trade for them with shells now. I don't know. Okay, so we don't want to do... Let's actually think this out. Oh, we can only do it once per round, so we can't build there anyway. Okay, so we want to build these. We want to build these soon. So white worker, a brick, and 3 wood. We have tons of wood. And which one of these do we want? The only worker we can't produce for sure is black, so probably that one. And we can put it here and get a blue worker. And then do we want more worker income or just more flexibility? Like, we can almost have anything is anything. They're just totally interchangeable. We can almost do that immediately. I guess we would need to trade these 4 shells for a white worker and then pay a brick and 3 wood to put out another one of these. So now yellow is the only worker type that isn't the same as everything else. Are we still going to be able to get rid of a barbarian this turn? No. Oh, we could get rid of this one. Okay, we just can't get rid of that one. But we can't pay the bribe for it either. Whatever, we'll deal with that later. So we'll put this over here and we gain a yellow worker. We also get more shells now, which we can trade for cards or white workers, so that's always good. Okay. So, we get 1 extra spot where we can build buildings, but if we survive that round, we simply win, right? So, I don't know that we need to be too worried about that. What we should probably try to do... Do we get another turn? We get 1 more turn. So I think we discard this lady. We gain 2 brick. And the only bribe we can't pay is this one. So, we can take any colored worker. We can take a black one. Now we have what we need. We can pay our 3 provisions. We are out of provisions, which sucks. And our other workers. And we can eliminate this lady. We gain a shell, and we draw a card. That leaves us just enough here that we still get 1 more turn before the thing advances. So, what are we going to need? We're going to need, next round, this is our bribe. Next round, we're going to need a yellow and a red. And 2 white workers. We have none of them right now. And 3 shells, which we'll get. And then we're going to have to place 4 barbarians and survive, which is going to be the hard part. So we're going to have to... This is the most challenging part of the game, is basically all culminates in this. We have to pay for this, which then makes us add more barbarians. So we then have to have, like, only 2 barbarians at the top in the round that we pay for this, or we just immediately lose. Which is hard to do. That's why we stockpiled and whatever. So... I think we play this one to get a black worker, and we discard this one to get a wood and a white worker. Because we don't actually care how often we cycle this for now. We can move quite a few times. We just want to have stuff, workers mostly. And then we want to use these workers down here as much as possible. Now, that said, how much do I care? If I draw this, then we'll move the water next turn. Essentially costs me a turn, kind of. I don't know. Probably we want to just do it. Okay, so do we need these resources? Not particularly. We don't really care. So this is probably the least valuable spot. So we can go here and get 3 shells. We can go here and get a provision and a shell. I guess we have more than enough workers to work all of them anyway. We can go here and just take a shell instead of a resource and get an extra one. And then let's just draw the card. Let's just go here and draw a card, because then we can just play it and get a provision and a shell. And then we're basically tapped out. We can use our provisions if we want to take a card into our hand. Tempting to add more cards to our deck. If we ever run out, we lose. But of course, the question is, are we going to have enough provisions to kill the barbarians next round. I guess we do have quite a few shells. We're going to actually have to spend shells. So we can spend 2 shells and 4 shells as 2 provisions. So 6 shells to do this. What do we get into our hand? A provision guy. That couldn't have been better for us. So let's use that to gain 2 provisions. Remarkable. I mean, we could do it again even. Let's do it. Or are we digging too deep here and we're going to need more shells next time? I guess we get shells from literally everything. Like, we can gain 5. Plus we get... I don't even think I took the income properly for these purple ones this last round. Or, no, I guess that's next round. Okay, so let's do it again. 2 provisions, 2 shells. We get this into our hand. It lets us get a black worker. That's useful for us as well. And we're like super tapped out. We have nothing left to do. The barbarians attack. We pay them a wood and a stick and a brick and tell them to, you know, take off. And then we're going to add 3 more barbarians. 1, 2, 3. This one takes a log, cheap bribe. This one's easy to get rid of, but not bribable. That's okay. We actually get 2 townspeople into the thing instead of 1, because we killed enough barbarians. The monkey came back. All right. Our barge goes back. And we're going to draw cards. I guess these guys come off the board. We need to draw 4, and there is not enough here, so this will move. We just don't want to run out, because we do have to kill people when we build this. We're flooding areas, people die, bad stuff occurs. Okay, so what do we get? We get a white worker, a blue, a red, a yellow, and then 1 of our choosing, which we're going to choose in a second here once we get a look at these. It's not going to be yellow, I'll tell you that much, because yellow is the only one that isn't interchangeable for us, and we have plenty of them. We have probably more than we need. So it's probably going to be red or black. Probably red. It's the one we have the least of. Or I guess black, whatever. That'll work. Okay. So we gained all of our workers. We also need our provisions and stuff. So we get 1 shell, 2, 3, 4 shells. 1 provision. A wood and a provision. Or a wood and a shell, rather. A provision and a shell. And that's it. We're done. We got all of our income. Okay, so we can potentially win this turn. We saved up for it. In order to win, we need to build this and survive to the end of the round, which will be the barbarian attack where we add 4 barbarians. So in order, if there's ever 7, we immediately lose. So we need to have only 2 or fewer than 2 at the top at the end of this round. And do this. So what would that look like? We would need... This is our cost for building the thing. If we want to get rid of barbarians, we would need this barbarian. The first guy is 3 blue and a yellow and a provision. The next one is 2 red, a yellow, and 2 provisions. And we can tolerate having up to 2 there. But I don't think we actually care about this bribe, or we can't bribe him, but he kills a guy. But we have enough cards here. We're gonna get rid of 3, 4. I mean, we could just let them eliminate our townspeople as long as we don't lose. So we have to kill a 3rd one. So I mean, this one's probably the easiest one to get rid of anyway, just because of the colors of things we have. Though we could save a provision if we get rid of that other dude. We would need a blue worker and 2 provisions. We only have... Okay, so we can win this round, basically, is the short version, without using any of these. So, I guess let's take this for free and gain a black worker. And then let's use this one to get us... Actually, we can get multiple workers here. We might need to do that. So let's be clever about it. Let's spend our 2 blue and a yellow and a provision and eliminate this lady. So we gain a shell and draw a card. We can play that card to get us 2 additional provisions. Or we could just play it over here and also get a white worker. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We added tons of cards to our deck this game. Okay. So. Let's just do this. Red, yellow, 2 white, 3 shells. We gain a wood. Yay. And we destroy 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. So what do we lose? All workers that we could have used, but we won't need to as long as we survive the round. So, in order to survive, we're going to add 1, 2, 3, 4 barbarians. So we can only have 2 present at the top. We got to kill at least 2 more. So let's kill this guy. 2 red, a yellow, and pay our 2 provision cost. This guy's dead. We gain 3 shells for eliminating him. Okay. If we want to get rid of this guy, we need another blue worker. So let's send one of these guys to get a blue worker and a shell. And then we can pay 2 blue, a black, and our 2 provisions, 1 provision and 2 shells. And this guy's eliminated. And we get 3 shells back. So we have just enough space now where we won't immediately die. But having some breathing room is always nice also, because there was the one time we had to add an additional barbarian and then lost. I don't remember how that happened. Something yucky. So we have the workers here to eliminate this guy, which is cool. So let's do that. We need 3 provisions. There's 2. Actually, let's spend from here. We'll keep one of those. And a black and a yellow. And this guy's dead. Hey, we get 1 shell. All right. So we cleared out the thing. We have space for a building, which would let us gain a card directly into our hand if we build one. We might as well do that, because we have an abundance of resources here. It probably would have been way easier on us in terms of figuring that all out if I had just done that first and spent these things that we are just sitting here doing nothing to build this, so all of our workers are interchangeable now. That would have been smart, but I'm not clever enough to do that. And yeah, so probably we're just going to... This guy we're going to discard. We're not going to have some surprise death or something, are we? We really don't need the wood. I don't even know if... Whatever. We're not going to discard him. We're going to gain 2 wood. And then we'll gain these. What is it? 2 white, a yellow, and a blue worker. And then with those, we will have enough here to, like, you know, activate our things, right? So we can go get a provision and a shell, for instance, and then we can spend 6 shells, 2 provisions and 2 shells, to gain a card into our hand, which will then get us another white worker. And then we can go get 2 shells, 3 shells. We can spend 6 of them again. To go get another card into our hand, which will also get us a white worker. And those weren't really the colors we needed per se, but that's okay. We might just be able to kill this guy also. Because, I mean, in theory, we have to pay him a bribe, which I do not have ready. So let's send this guy to go get us a card and a shell. That lets us get the bribe we need. Unlucky. Maybe we can't actually get this guy. Because we just don't have enough workers. I mean, we can spend this 1 provision to gain 3 shells. Which we can then spend 4 shells. Oh, I think I took 4 by mistake. 4 shells in order to get another worker. And then we can spend a worker and a provision. Oh, are we 1 shell short? That's ridiculous. Because we can spend a worker and a provision to turn that guy into a blue worker. Oh, I guess it actually doesn't matter. All of our workers are interchangeable. So I can just use any 3 workers for that. Okay, so hold on. I just wasted a bunch of shells and crap. Because we need 3 provisions, which I now have none of. Okay, forget it. Who cares? We don't need to do that anyway. So I could have killed that guy if I hadn't forgotten that all of our workers are interchangeable. Whoops. Anyways, this guy's going to attack us. We'll bribe them. Okay. And then we add 4 barbarians here, which we don't even have to fight off. We just have to not immediately lose because there's 7. There are not. And that means that we won the game. Rad. A warm-up game took us 2 hours to play. Holy crap. Okay. So let's see what we get for our victory here. Story 46, it says. 46. Beautiful Tushanchi. What a year it has been. Each new day I get to witness my people working hard to make our land greater and protect it from the damages these floods cause. They put everything they have into this great work, and I am so proud with all we have achieved. Yet, there is much more to be done. The floods continue to surge across our lands, and this beast of water seems to grow stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, it is not only my people that are working hard. Every day I send out scouts to keep an eye on the barbarians. Most days the reports are the same. More people have become unhappy with the emperor and rebel against his works by joining the barbarians. It is concerning, but not surprising. Today, however, brought grave news. It seems craftsmen of renown have also been defecting and putting their talents to making better equipment for the leaders of these bands of outlaws. This sounds really good for us. The scouts report of new armor and weapons of great quality. I will have to shore up my own men if we are to prevail in the coming year. Think of me often as I think of you, my darling, for I am entering a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. All right, so we file our victory card. And oh, we find some really mean barbarians. So 23 to 26 in the story deck over here. These 4 new barbarians who each deal 2 damage and cannot be bribed. And there's quite a few of them. So 2 damage each with no bribe is gnarly. That is that's mean. That's mean. That's a significant increase in difficulty. But We're now at 5 wins, 1 loss. We didn't have to throw away our thing, so we get to retain it for future games where we're going to be able to, like, being able to use these to get extra shells was super useful, right? Like, we probably got, you know, I don't know, 30 plus shells over the course of the game there. And then, you know, each of those is like a resource, or like 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 for a resource or a worker or something. So that was really good. All right. So I am going to set this up for another game. We're going to continue winning, obviously. But let's not go there. But I am going to take a short break and see if I can fix the little Sarah cam while I'm at it. So let's do that. I will be back in, I don't know, 2-3 minutes here. And we will continue with Legacy of You. We'll see if we can get another win. And yeah, thanks for being here so far. And we'll see you soon. Be right back. All right, friends, I'm back. We're gonna set up and play some more Legacy of You here. I feel like I mostly knocked the rust off there and pretty much remember all the things I've learned so far. It was a win. Pro streamer, why would you redeem that when I was off stream? Greg, I don't even know if it works anymore. It's been a hot minute since anybody's redeemed the old pro streamer there. Feel badly, but nice to see you. Greg, I played Eclipse the other day, Max's copy. I won. Kicked Sarah's butt. All right. What do we got here? Guess we gotta set this whole thing up. I need these cards. All right, so what are we doing here? I think these are all of these ones that we have, yeah. So this all gets randomly done. There was a time where through the story we added more of these things and they revealed different stuff. We're down to just these 4. So they give varying rewards. We don't know what's what until we get it. I guess I better take these cards out too. And then for the start setup, or for the canal, I guess, we use these guys. They're in little pairs. This is 1 and 2. And then the 3 and 4 cards here. So they have different costs and whatever. We actually, I think, oh hey, one that gives us a story thing. I feel like we actually had a pretty rough deal last time. This card, us still having this, is really useful. Because it got us a ton of value, right? And I feel like last time we actually shredded a ton of cards in across all of this, which is generally the hardest thing that they do. So, you know, now we have those new barbarians that really suck. That's going to be unfun. But that aside, you know, we had a pretty hard random setup last time. We also were really shy on provisions in our deck. That's one of the things that's really hard to quantify about this game that I remember now, and I'm not sure that I'm good at, but you kind of have to figure it out your first time through the deck, because you get, you know, 10 random cards here, but you may get strong cards, or you might not. Like, you might get a ton of workers, or you might get all provisions and, you know, no yellow workers or something like that, and then get barbarians that have yellow workers on them. If things like that happen, I think it is really difficult to kind of manage that. But, you know, you can't know what's in that deck until you've gone through it once. It's a little bit weird. A little variable. There's the, you know, kind of the levers. As you win, you add harder barbarians to the deck and whatever else. And as you lose, you get various other perks that, you know, help you, like this card and whatever. I think I actually got this from winning, but anyway. So, you know, it's kind of self-balancing. But then I feel like this shuffle and what you get in here, I remember from last time, that's the single greatest, you know, effect on how your game's gonna go. Oh, we immediately top deck one of the new frickin' barbarians. So he requires a blue, a red, and a black worker, and he kills 2 cards. This is like the worst case scenario for round 1. Fabulous. Last time we also had one of the ones that was unbribable, but it was the old school unbribable ones that you only need 2 workers to defeat, right? And it's clear that we don't have a lot of provision cards in our deck, probably. So, well, okay, feeling like a loss. Oh, hey, but I did fix this. Oh, I gotta change the exposure on it a little bit. But this was set up so that Sarah could, you know, wheel this thing around and show off various things. I just knocked something down. Stream Deck, whatever. Who needs that? Anyways, we're a pretty cool little tabletop dolly thing, you know? It's fun. Because, you know, I asked myself here, what does this stream need? And I thought, more cameras. It can't feel like a loss already. It can, and it does. Okay, so we get 4 cards. We get 1 white worker, 1 provision, and 1 shell. And that is it. That is all we get. Hopefully this is a blue, red, black, and double provision card. No, it is not. But it's actually closer to that than I thought. A red, a blue, some wood. Unfortunately, this sucks, because every round that we leave that there, we just lose 2 cards, which is basically at the start of the game, like, top decking this compared to getting almost any other barbarian probably made our game twice as hard, right? Like, if we don't deal with this immediately, we basically just lose by definition. We won't be able to advance this. We'll just lose in round 3 or something, right? Because we only have 10 cards, you know. We're down to every round we have to move the wave if we get even 3 rounds of that thing being there. So we basically have to deal with it immediately. And unfortunately for us, we got ones that don't really give us what we need in order to fix that problem. So this will be interesting. But okay, that's okay. We're up to the challenge. It'll be fine. What could go wrong here? So, we can potentially get 2 of the workers that we need. We would still need a black worker, which we do not have access to, up here or in our hand. So there's no way that we can defeat this guy this turn. We can't yet trade for other workers. We could reveal this spot and get one that way. But revealing this on round 1, getting that done, and having 3 provisions feels unlikely. But maybe, because while this is really challenging, we were also very fortunate in that we have the 2 brick guy here. We need 3 brick to do that. So for free, we can just take 2 bricks. Okay, we still need 1 more. Where is that brick going to come from? I have no idea. We can trade 3 to 1 for it. There's maybe an angle there. We also need wood, but we can get the wood here. And if we decide to just huck this guy out, which feels really not clever, that would allow us to get the other worker that we need. So there's maybe an angle there. If we discard this guy permanently, we get 2 wood, enough to build this, and a black worker. Now the problem is, I guess this can get us the worker too, but when we play on there, we use up our current worker. I guess we could use up this one. Okay, so how is this even remotely possible? Can we get this hut? We need an extra brick. How are we going to get the brick? We could get the brick from shells. We need 2 more. We could pay 1 provision to gain a provision and a shell. So we just get that provision back. So we get a net gain of 1 shell. So this is almost a brick. We just need 1 more shell somehow that I have no idea. I guess when we go on one of these spots, we would get a shell. Okay. So we play this to gain a white worker. And we place it here to gain a provision and a shell. That's now our 3rd brick. So we discard this guy to get 2 wood. You know what the problem is? We're going to have all the workers, and we're not going to have enough provisions or something stupid. I don't know, whatever. Okay, so then we have 1 white worker, 3 brick, and a wood. And we're just leaning in to the don't get killed by this dude on round 1 thing. So we're going to put this here. We gain a provision. Okay. That gives us access to this hut spot. It also lets us draw a card. I was extremely lucky. Right into our hand. A blue worker. Not the one we needed, but that's okay. Because importantly, we are 1 worker short of being able to do this otherwise. So if we play this to get a blue worker, we can play him here, get a black worker instead, and a shell. And then we can get a red and a blue worker from these. Now this sucks because I wanted, of course, to get income here, and we don't have any cards to do it with. But gaining income and then immediately all of our guys dying is also really bad. So 3 provisions, blue, red, black. This guy is dead. He's one of the hard barbarians. We gain 2 shells and a brick. There were some yucky compromises made, I think, there in order to make that happen. But the good news is we have some leftover resources. We don't have to pay a bribe. And we're not going to lose 2 cards every time. Now, the really bad news is that we have to do this next round or we lose the game. But that's okay. What could go wrong? All right. 1 barbarian. It's another one of the unbribable ones. I shuffled them together. I even split them up before shuffling so that that hopefully wouldn't happen. But that sucks. Okay, so probably we have to face tank that one because we have to deal with this or lose. So that's unfortunate. And we really need to start adding cards here, or the fact that we're losing those and this one is just going to immediately cost us the game. Anyway, problems for a little later. More cameras, always the answer. Looking like a wash. Hey, listen. That's the way it goes. This game is a lot of you gotta like figure out all the moves. They all kind of chain together, and it's either, you know, it's either amazing. Listen, this game works exactly like making a play in League of Legends. You either look like a genius and it just works, or it fails spectacularly. You just can kind of learn that it's going to fail spectacularly before you start it in this one. That's the only difference. Anyways, nice to see you, Greg. Hope you're doing well. Okay, what else do we get? We get 1 of these workers, a shell, and a provision. We are poor. We have lots of workers available. We're probably not killing this guy this turn. That gets us a story thing. Maybe even a good story thing. But we have to do this or we lose. So let's just do it immediately before I screw it up. 2 white workers, 2 shells. Whoops. Okay, we gain a wood and a brick. So we have a decent number of those. And this guy dies. Hopefully he's not good. 2 provisions. That was like the best card in the deck. Our wondrous luck continues. Love it. Love it. Okay, we can now trade shells for provisions. That's pretty cool. We also have enough workers here so we can play that to get another worker and maybe kill this guy. Like, we can go here and get a yellow worker and a shell. And then what do we need? We need blue and red. We need these ones, which sucks because I wanted to use those here. Do we take the brick income? Probably we do. Wood income worked out well last time. We know we want to get huts because we can abuse this to get extra shells. So brick income's really good for us. Okay, so if we do this, we have a red, a blue, and a yellow. And we have 1 and 2 and a half provisions. Oh, I can just go here? Okay, I'll play this guy, get the black worker. He'll go here. He gains me a provision and a shell, which is what I need to make up the difference. Red, blue, yellow, and 3 provisions. 1, 2, 3. Easy game. This guy's dead. And we get to look at storybook number 7. Hopefully this isn't something bad that just immediately kills us. Man's getting all bricked up. Hey, listen. I gotta be careful talking about that on stream. I don't want to do a terms of service violation here. Get kicked off, get banned. All those bricks, though. Alright, our scouts had reported a barbarian camp to the east of where we were working 2 nights ago. I had them keep watch and report back to me what they saw. They came and reported lots of coming and going in the camp, but could not get close enough to see more. The decision was made to meet this threat directly. Our path would cross theirs when we'd move further downriver, and so it was only a matter of time. We caught them off guard, and though the fight was hard, we managed to take the camp. What I did not expect was to find that they had been capturing people on the road. We found a pit holding a few men and women. They looked half-starved, but happy to see kinder faces. Some of them wished to return home, but others wished to join. It seems gold can sometimes be found in the den of a tiger. So this barbarian gets filed under history. Xia nerd. And we either draw a townsfolk card into our hand from the draw pile, or gain any 2 workers from the supply. Well, we want the card way more than we want the workers. So we're just going to take this, and that gets us 1 worker anyway. We don't have anything to do with that worker, but we like him, so we're going to keep him for later. Or, wait, hold on. Instead of drawing that worker, I could put this guy here, and then we get blue worker income. Let's do that. I bet the girls loved when you tell them bedtime stories. Yeah, I don't know. Why do you say that, Greg? We can almost do something amazing. If we played this to get the white worker, we can almost get this other hut. But we can't quite do it, I don't think. So we'll just play it here. Get that income online. Now, I guess we didn't deal with any of these. And we do have a provision worth here. So let's just take this guy and put him into our hand. We want to add some more cards. And let's pay 2 shells as a provision to take this one, because we want more provisions as well. We need them more than we need bricks, because we have brick income. Screw that guy. Okay, cool. We gain 1 barbarian, 2 new townsfolk, all the wood. You're just a very good and engaging reader. I wish you would tell me bedtime stories. Okay, listen. You pulling my leg here? You trying to troll me, Greg? I don't feel like I'm an engaging reader at all. I feel like I'm super monotone and boring. Bedtime stories would be great because I'll put everybody to sleep immediately. Anyway. Okay. These guys come off. The barbarians don't attack us or anything because they're lame. But when we draw, this has to move because we do not have our 4 cards there. So, all right, we got a barbarian that isn't unbribable this time. And how many cards do we have left in the deck? We have 1 additional turn after this. Like, next turn we have to do this if we don't do it this turn. Okay, so what do we get? We get a white worker, 1 each of these guys. And that's it. Our income's actually... Oh, we get this income too. A brick, a shell, and a blue worker. We did not get this one, which we maybe want to get soon. Though the hut gives us resources of our choosing and a shell. I don't know. Hard to say. You're being serious. Okay, well, I'll take your word for it, Greg. I'll read you bedtime stories anytime. That felt really awkward to say. I don't like it. I regret everything. Hey, we have the monkey. We start with the monkey. Favorite, second. This is the second best card in the game. The best card is the one with the guy who's just really happy about his award-winning cock. This is the second best card. Okay. So, we got at least one round before we have to put that out. We're not going to focus on doing it now. This guy, we need lots of red. Well, we just want to tolerate that. He's only 2 shells to bribe. So we should probably just plan to bribe him. So. We don't want to get another brick card in our hand, because it's not particularly useful for us. But at the same time, it does take up space, and we can just discard it and get a worker also. So why don't we just take that one? And these ones we actually really do want. So, we can pay 1 provision to get this into our deck as well. And then we're kind of shy on provisions. What else do we need to do here? Nothing in particular. Okay, so we can pay this, get a shell and a provision. And we can pay that provision to add this guy to our hand. We're going to totally take that one for free next time, but then we have a ton of provision cards in our hand, which will be really nice. So, we'll use the monkey to get 3 shells. We can still only trade for resources and provisions. So we can't do any of the like spicier trades, which is a shame. We also don't really have a good home for these guys, and we're not going to kill that guy this turn. So we'll use them here. We'll gain a provision and a shell, and then a worker of any color and a shell. So probably we'll take red, because we need 2 red on that guy. And then we have the resources to build this or this. Do we want to get 1 worker of any color each turn, or do we want to instead have more opportunities to get shells and resources? Probably the worker is more important. So let's build that. So we'll put this here. We gain a shell. We got tons of shells. Maybe we'll trade a couple for provisions. Just because we can. Do a little bookkeeping. And then these guys don't really have a job to do. We don't have anywhere to send them right now. They're just going to hang out until later when we can afford to do something useful with them. We could maybe buy this lady here for 2 provisions. Just get that out of the way now. They'll cycle that a little faster. Let's do it. And then I think we're going to take the red and yellow workers. And we're finished. We're going to pay this guy his 2 shells. I don't know what kind of barbarian is like, you know, runs into town all angrily. He's literally going to kill somebody. And we're like, hey, do you want a couple shells? And he's like, yeah, okay. And just like takes off. But you know what? I don't really care much either. I'm just happy it worked out that way. So these are going to slide over. He's going to make room for his buddy. Another unbribable barbarian. He just kills people. He doesn't like shells. This guy doesn't care for shells at all. He's kind of a bastard, actually. Okay. We're going to draw 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like I'm just realizing a problem where we could lose the game. Oh, no, I got an option here. Okay. So, because I'm only going to have 1 white worker because I built that other building. which would be bad because I can't yet trade for them because it's over here somewhere. So, no, I got one on a card anyway. No big deal. No big deal. All right. So, what do we need to do this round? We need to do this, the barge. But nobody dies. So that's cool. Let's just plan to do that immediately. We probably don't want to kill any of these guys. I mean, we want to get rid of the unbribable one. We have what we need to do that as long as we get like one extra. Well, we got the provisions. Okay, so we'll kill the unbribable dude and we'll advance the barge. So, one white worker, two white workers, two shells. The barge will go and we get a wood and a brick for our troubles. Rad. Because it's going to move next turn. Okay. We want to add this guy to our hand for free. We know we got to kill that dude, which is going to put us short on provisions potentially. But what do we need? We need red and blue. We got them here. Okay, let's just kill him. 2, 3 provisions, a red and a blue worker. This guy's dead. We get a shell back in compensation. I don't know what it is about these shells, but whatever. We also do not have the 2 shells that we need in order to bribe this guy, so we better fix that. So, the good news here is that we can get shells from these spots. So, we can go get a provision and a shell. And then we can go get another guy and a shell. So here's our 2 shell bribe. And with this provision, we're going to pay to get this guy into our deck. He gives us wood. We don't really, like, this one will be nice, but we just added a bunch of provision ones to our hand. I don't know if we want that many. We don't want to only have provisions and no workers. So I think this will be a guy we discard instead. And this guy we will probably discard, but we'll do that later. Okay, I guess we have space to build here, but the problem is we don't have a white worker in order to build it. Right, we got the resources we need. Maybe that was a mistake. Should I have paid an extra provision to get that worker immediately? Because then we could get this. Lets us get resources. Not super useful. It also lets us get more income. Okay, maybe the old man goes back here. And we pay an extra... Oh, then we don't have the bribe. Damn. Stupid bribe. Who wants shells anyway, man? Okay, we just can't quite make this work this turn, I don't think. Because we can get extra resources here, but we can't get extra shells no matter what we do. So we'll just take these 3 workers, blue, red, and black. They get to just hang out, join the crew. Hang around for a little bit. Put them to work next turn. And then we'll pay this guy's bribe. 2 shells. He's back for more. And then new barbarian comes out. Also bribable with a brick, which we have an abundance of. That's nice. It's good. These guys will slide over. All right, the wood ladies came out. I don't know about that. All right. So, we're going to draw cards. We draw 3. This has to move because we flipped our deck. Now, we do have a ton more cards in here because I've been basically taking them as quickly as possible. Lots of ones that give us provisions. I think we're going to be kind of provision rich here for a second and then go right back to being poor. How many cards do we have? We have this turn, and then we have 1, 2, 3.5. So 3 full turns. Oh wait, we're supposed to add 2 barbarians. Whoops. So this guy would not be here. And this one would. Oh, he looks grumpy. Damn. And he takes a blue worker. Yikes. Okay, so we got 4 cards, a white worker, a shell, a provision, a brick, a shell, and a blue worker. All right. What did we get? We got tons of shells and tons of blue workers, so we can pay off that guy for a while. We didn't really otherwise get what we wanted. I'm surprised. I think we're going to have like nothing but provisions next turn. Oh, and we get a worker of any color, I guess, also. So we need lots of black ones, probably. So let's take that. All right. We got all of our stuff. So we're going to just discard this guy for free to gain 2 provisions, because we did add a ton of provision cards to our hand, and we don't want to overdo it. We also want to build this thing. So we know we got lots of turns till we have to do this. So let's build this building here. So we'll pay a white worker 3 bricks and wood to build this. We gain a provision. Rad. And we get a worker of our choosing, which we still need 4 black workers, but we have the fewest yellow ones. It feels like I should take one of those, but I don't know. Let's take a yellow worker. Nah, let's take a black worker. We know we need that one. Okay, so what now? We want to work these things, get all of our extra shells and stuff like that. And we want to kill this guy, so we don't have to pay that ransom. So we can plan to pay a shell, or not a shell, a blue worker and a brick. We also actually want to do this as soon as possible to make more space for us to build. We don't have any white workers, so we can't actually really do any building right now anyhow. So we're not going to kill these guys this turn, so that means these workers are all kind of up for grabs. So we can send 1 to get a provision and a shell. Yeah. 1 to get a worker of any color. That will be the yellow worker, so we're not short on them. And a shell. And 1 to get a brick and a shell. Probably not going to build these for a little while. I think we're going to build these generally the same way we did last time. Now, we probably want to get some income here. We already have a blue worker. Getting rid of one of our blue worker cards is probably the most useful, because then we can get red workers, which we'll need later anyway. Let's do that. We cannot trade to get white workers, but we can get one here if we discard a provision. Doesn't matter actually though, because we can't build another building until we get this, and we need 2 white workers for that. This only getting 1 white worker each time, that income limit is proving a little challenging. Okay, so let's kill this guy, right? 2 provisions, 2 red and a blue. This guy's dead. We gain 2 shells and a brick. We're going to leave those guys there. We've got their ransom all lined up already anyhow. So, well, this is my favorite card. The guy who's just really happy about his award-winning cock. Look how happy he looks. Undeniable. So happy. Okay. We do have a ton of shells. So let's put them to use. Let's spend 2 as a provision to add this to our hand. Let's spend 2 as a provision to add this guy to our hand because we want to get more white workers anyway. And not just one time, but a couple times this game, or maybe even put that down here. Do we want to spend 2 provisions for the wood lady? Not really, but we do want more. We do want new townspeople to show up. I don't think we actually have... Well, we have this card that gives us wood, so we probably don't need that. So let's spend our 2 provisions, and let's just take the wood and discard her. Actually, no. Let's not... We don't need the wood right now anyway, because this way we can discard her later, get the wood and a worker out of it. More efficient this way. Okay, I think we've basically done everything we can do. We do not have the workers that we need in order to do that. We're going to pay the bribe for both of these guys. And that means we're just going to take 2 wood, 3 shells. Oh, that was 4. And a blue worker. And then we'll pay our bribe. And these guys will advance. We'll add 2 more barbarians. That one makes us add an extra barbarian. We don't like that at all. So she's probably on the hit list to kill. And an unbribable. So we're probably paying a ton of provisions to kill those guys. That sucks. All right. 4, a shell, and a provision. Our income is pathetic. We still get a worker, 1 of any color. We're going to need these yellow ones and 2 reds, so let's take a red one. And then I guess we get this. 1 and 1, and a blue and a red. Maybe I should have taken an extra yellow instead. Whatever. Who cares? Yeah, there's a yellow one anyway. Oh, and we still haven't found our super provision hand, so that's in here somewhere. Okay, so how did I take my income and not end up with a white worker? That doesn't make sense. So the biggest problem we have is we want to do this as soon as possible, and we do not have enough workers. And we keep building, which uses them up. So we probably want to pay a provision to get this one. We also know we need to delete both of these guys. So what's that going to take us? It's going to take us 3 provisions and 3 more provisions, which is all of our provisions. And then we're going to have to pay a bribe of a blue and a brick. Okay, so we actually have a little bit left over. We'll also replace those shells when we kill these guys, basically. So maybe let's just start by that. We'll get black and red and 2, 3 provisions. This lady is dead. See you later, unbribable dude. We get a shell back. And then we're going to pay 2 yellow and a red. 6 shells as 2 or 3 provisions rather. And she dies, we get 3 of those shells back. Okay, barbarian threat handled. So now we want to do this. It gets us a story thing. Somebody dies, unfortunate, and we get another space for us to build on, which we probably won't be able to do because we don't have enough white workers. But we'll solve that later. So we're going to spend 2 shells as a provision to get this white worker, which we'll then spend along with this one and the black worker. Oh my gosh, I've had this zoomed in this whole time. Whoops. And the 3 shells, our last 3, to get this. So, barge should have been on it, but I failed to move it back. Oh well. We gain a wood. We kill a dude. Who's it going to be? Oh no! Our old man with his Wood and, yeah, whatever. One of the better cards. Unlucky. And then we resolve Storybooks 26. So, what do we got? What do we got here? This could be good, could be bad. We have no way to know. I was cleaning the mud from my hands when it happened. This doesn't sound good. We had just finished reinforcing the canal banks when a shout of rage bellowed out from behind me. The barbarian rushed toward me in a rage, death in their eyes. So this goes in the box under history. We get card 61 out of the story deck. It is available for future games. Oh, and we reveal a barbarian from the top of the barbarian draw pile, and it goes on the rightmost space. Damn. So this archer lady ran over to attack us. That one. Which kind of screws up our plans. Because now we need to give out an additional guy as a bribe. And we'll have 5 barbarians up there. Which we don't love. Jerks. Turns out barbarians are jerks. I think we already always knew that, but... Damn. Okay. Our old man died. But there is a spot on top of his corpse we can build. And we get a provision for doing so. This is the one that lets us draw cards. We have a pretty thick deck. And we're ahead of the wave. So I think that that's like a decent thing to build. We do not have enough brick unless we do not pay our ransom. Now, we could kill that guy. We have enough to kill him. But then we probably don't have enough to do other things. We could also just get a brick here. So I guess we got to make a decision. Are we going to kill this annoying newcomer or not? Oh, you know what? We actually don't have a white worker with which to build a building unless we kill her, and then we do. She's 2 blue and a red. We got our other bribe over here, just hanging out. So we could totally do it. But we need 3 provisions. So, that is a lot of provisions to need. But we can go get 1 and a shell. And then we can go here and we can get another black worker and a shell. So that's essentially 2 provisions. And then this gets us our 1 provision, 2, 3, and our 2 blue and a red. And we're just going to kill this girl. That gets us a shell and a white worker, which is almost enough for us to build this building. We're 1 brick short, but we're going to send this guy to go get a brick. And he also brings us a shell, just for good measure. So 1 white worker, 3 bricks, and a wood. And we get to put this guy over here. That gets us one of those. And what do we get? A shell. Bonus shell. Love to see it. And now we can place workers to draw cards. And we have an additional spot that we can use for worker income, which I think we're going to put this 1 white worker. Because honestly, that's the thing. Single biggest problem we've had is we're short on just basic workers that we can, get buildings with and that sort of thing. So then we can go get a yellow worker who we can then send to work. We'll draw a card and get a shell. And then we can spend that card to get a provision and a shell. And spend this card to get a blue worker. And I think we've used up all of our spots on the board. We have another turn before the wave moves, which we can stockpile resources, because as soon as we build this section, we're opening ourselves up to more barbarians. Oh, but before we do that, we can deal with these cards. So let's add this one to our hand for free, and let's spend a provision to add this one to our hand. All right, cool. Barbarians attack. We pay them a brick and a blue worker. 2 new ones come out. Ooh, it's the really grumpy barbarian and the moderately grumpy barbarian. All right. Well, our dreams of getting rid of these guys because they're in the kind of inexpensive slots are never being realized, because we always, like this one, we have to either pay 2 provisions or she kills 2 cards, which is just a little rude, frankly. But 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. This is our last turn before the wave will move. But we have the canal already built. We're doing fine. We also get a worker of any color. Now we can use whatever we want for this. But we are just like very disproportionately in need of these guys, these black workers, for we need 6 up here for the barbarians that we already have present if I don't use any for dealing with her. So we'll take one of those. And then let's see what we got. Okay, a little bit of everything. So, are we going to build the canal this turn? Probably not, because we don't have enough resources to build buildings on it anyway, and that gets us more barbarians. So, we won't worry about the canal. Which means we don't need these guys. Right? And we're going to be turning over our deck anyway, so let's go pick up a card, see what we get. Probably provisions. Wrong. And we get a shell. Okay, this lets us add a townsperson directly to our hand. Super useful. It's always going to cost us 3 provisions no matter what we do. This is our bribe if we want to do it. Our bribe is essentially paid for here every time with those guys. So, I don't really want to use up all my workers, you know? Okay, let's go here and let's get another worker and a shell. And then let's just send 3 of these guys to go. I guess the red one's easier to replace. We'll get one every turn. So let's send 2 black and 1 red worker and pay our 3 provisions. Let's pay the shells instead. 2, 4, and a thing. This girl dies. Ugh. And we immediately draw one of these into our hand. What do we get? Another black worker. Okay. So, we want to kill another one of these, another one of these dudes here before the barbarians attack. Which one's it going to be? Maybe let's get rid of the brick guy. So, 2 black and 1 red worker. Which is exactly what we need, actually. Plus 2 provisions in order to defeat this guy. We gain a shell and draw a card. Gets us more brick. Living the brick dream. I mean, we do actually need some brick that we don't give away. I mean, we no longer need this one for our bribe because we killed the dude. This guy costs us a provision, which I don't love, but it's the same, I guess, as the 2 shells because we can trade them. So, we need to use these spots. We're not going to kill anybody else, I don't think. We could get rid of this guy, but that just means we have only one dude, only this guy, in the cheap slot next round. But maybe we get rid of him anyway. I mean, we have the things here. Then we don't have to pay a blue worker. We can get the provision we need to brought that guy. Let's do it. Okay, so 2 provisions. We'll pay 4 shells as provisions. And these workers, this guy's dead. We get 2 shells and a brick. We're actually living the dream. I don't know why the bot is spamming that. Chat is pretty dead today, and the bot should know better, but it doesn't, apparently. So, anyways, okay, so we've killed all the dudes. All of them are dead. We want to add cards to our hand because we're going to turn it over pretty soon here. We're not doing this turn. We don't have enough workers. So let's go get a provision and a shell. Let's go get probably 2 shells, I think, because that's our provision, that's our bribe. Feels bad to not take a resource there, though. I mean, we want this one, which we basically will have next turn anyway. And we get more bricks there. Maybe bricks really weren't the income thing to take. I don't know, whatever. Who cares? Okay, we're going to add this guy to our hand. We're just going to add as many as we can. Right? We have to keep this provision as our bribe, but we can spend these 2 as a provision, and then we can spend these 2 as a provision. And we still have all this stuff that we never did anything with. So we can get a brick, a wood, a provision, and a shell. Look, we have almost the whole deck in our hand. Like, this is outrageous. A brick, a wood, provision, a shell, and a white worker. Okay, so we're going to do this next turn. We're all set up for it really nicely. Barbarians attack. We pay a provision. Get rid of them. And then we add 2 more. So we'll actually have 4 townspeople. Oh, this is one of the ones that makes us add extra barbarians. I assumed that only resolved on the following round, and I'm going to continue assuming that that's true. Yeah, we've literally cycled this whole deck because I've just been aggressively adding them. There are, what, 10 cards? Not even 9 cards that aren't in our hand or deck somewhere. So the water's going to move. And this means we have an incredibly large number of turns, like 4 or 5, before it's going to move again. During which we could stockpile resources if we want. Or we could just build that and get to the 3 barbarian stage and hope for the best. Are you winning? Hey Max, thanks for that Prime sub. Bot is kind of going crazy. The only active chatter next to me. It's true. I was expecting today to be a little low-key stream. We have there's a group that I'm actually a part of called Tabletop After Dark, where they do a little raid train every month with various different streamers. I forgot to sign up this month, but they're live right now and probably taking most of the board game audience, honestly. So yeah. Are you winning? I mean, I'm definitely not losing. So all right. We got tons of stuff. Okay, so we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish turns before this advances. It would be foolish for us to advance it right away because that just makes the game harder for us, and then we could like rando die or something, which nobody wants that to happen, right? So we basically want to stockpile as many resources as we can. But we got to kill some barbarians while we're at it. We want to get rid of this guy. This guy steals our provisions. We also want to get rid of this guy because that lady makes us add an additional barbarian. That sucks. So We would need 4 black workers. We have 1. I guess we get to pick one of any color. We'll take black. We can get 1 more from here. And we can use provisions to trade. But we're going to already need 5 provisions just to do that crap. So we're for sure going to take these 2 provisions. And then, why don't we just go kill that dude? No, we'll kill this dude. Lady dude first. 2 black, a blue, 3 provisions. She's dead. We get 2 shells and a wood. That's what happens when you get old, start forgetting things. It's true, man. Listen, it'll set in for you soon. Before you know it, you too shall be old, Max, and you will forget everything and feel dumb about it. Don't worry, it'll happen to you. All right. So, we actually kind of have everything stockpiled pretty good other than provisions. But of course, doing these things costs us provisions. So let's gain a provision and a shell from that guy just for free. We're not going to spend provisions to get any of these other guys because we really don't need to add cards to our hand anyway. We'll just take them for free as they come up. So we want to kill that other dude, but we're going to spend 1 white worker and a provision to gain a black worker. Then we have 2 black and a blue. And our 2 provisions with which we can kill this guy. We get a shell and a white worker back. And then we can turn those shells into provisions. 2, 4, 6. And then we have tons of these resources. We really don't need them. We can pay a wood to bribe this guy. Easy. Really low cost bribe there. So we might as well draw a card and gain a shell. And then we can gain 2 shells. And then from these we can get 2 yellow workers, a white worker, that's enough to do this thing, and a brick. Do we get rid of this card to get a brick and a white worker? I mean, what the hell are we going to do with all this extra brick? I don't even know. Let's do it. Okay, so we gained all of that stuff. Bribe that barbarian. And we basically have a really nice setup here. We did actually end up with quite a few of these provisions and whatever. We have quite a little net gain, so we're set up well to do this next turn. Cool. So we'll pay off this barbarian 1 wood. She'll move over and we'll add 2 of her friends. Unbribable and grumpy dude. Whatever. Oh, our friend the old man came back. He's reincarnated. 1, 2, 3, 4. A shell. Provision. A brick and a shell. A blue worker, a red worker, and a white worker. All these white workers. And a worker of our choosing. We need blue, red, yellow for that. Let's take a blue one. And that's all of our income. We're good to go. Okay, so we know that we stockpiled. We basically can't. We could do 1 more round of stockpiling and probably be maxed on, you know, a bunch of resources or whatever. But that feels just unnecessarily gamey. We got plenty of stuff here. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to start getting 3 barbarians. The thing that sucks is, like, as soon as we get to this point, the game very rapidly picks up, and we basically have to, like, race to the end or lose. So it does feel like we should just try it. Like, we should have essentially everything in the game in our hand, if possible. But we are not really going to get a lot more income on these guys or whatever. So let's just do it. Okay, so we want to kill some dudes. This one's a really easy one for us to pay. I'm kind of okay keeping it. I mean, this one's also cheap. This one's got to go. So that's going to require these 2 and 3 provisions. If we only kill 1, oh, I guess we're adding 3. We actually do want to kill 2 this round. So probably this guy. So that would be a yellow, a red, and then another yellow. So let's go here and get another yellow. We get a shell for our trouble. Okay, and then that guy's going to cost 2 provisions. So let's go kill these guys. So 2 red, or 2 yellow rather, and a red. 2 provisions. This guy's dead. We gain 3 shells. We're going to actually just pay 1 shell and take 2 provisions. Do a little tradesies. And then we'll spend a blue and a yellow and our 3 provisions. And we'll kill this dude. Gain 1 shell for our trouble. Miserable. Now, I screwed up and we need a yellow worker, which we don't have. But I can spend this provision and get 1 here. Because then I have a yellow, 2 white, and 3 shells. And this is done. I gain a brick and 2 people die. Sorry, random dude and brick lady. Sucks to suck. Okay, we're gonna get 3 barbarians. Whoa, we're gonna add 3 barbarians now, which is unfortunate. But there's nothing we can do to avoid it. We can trade shells for white workers. We have an abundance of those. Let's put them to work. Let's get a provision and a shell. We're more short on wood than brick, I guess. So let's take a brick and a shell. We could take shells, but whatever. And let's get a card and a shell. Okay. We actually have 3 wood now in our hand that we can get, which is more than we're going to use for like all the remaining buildings in the game that we're going to get potentially. Speaking of which, we can use these guys to build them. So maybe we should do that. So we can get this other hut, the last one, and get some more income. So 1 white worker, 3 bricks, and a wood. This can go here. We get a red worker. And, whoa, whoopsies. We draw a card. Okay, that lets us get 2 shells, which is 3 shells for us, because we have the bonus thing. It's rad. Okay, so we want to get income. We have had a ton of barbarians that require black workers, so probably we don't need that so much as we need a yellow worker. Let's do that. And then we probably want to start building these things so that our workers are, the colors are interchangeable. So the only one we don't immediately gain is black. So we can spend, oh wait, I should have used this guy to do that. Because we can use that white worker, a brick, and 3 wood. We're actually running low on wood suddenly. We can build this guy over here. We gain a black worker. Except what I actually meant to do was that one. We also get an extra shell of income now. Hurrah! How wonderful. Okay, and then we can't build this next canal section because we built one this round. We did get our buildings out. We killed the barbarians. We could kill that guy, but we would rather just bribe him with 2 shells. Because we'll have 2 cheap barbarians next turn. Let's put this guy in our hand. We don't need an additional white worker right now. We can discard him later and also get a provision. And these guys are actually really strong for gaining resources, but we can just get them for cheap next turn. So let's just actually try and cycle these. Let's discard that guy. We get 2 wood and a worker of our choosing. We'll take black because that's the one we don't get. And actually, no, we can use white workers as black workers. Let's take yellow because we don't have one. And then let's just gain all these things. A white worker and a blue worker. A brick, a provision, and a shell. Okay. We can trade some of these for provisions so that there's actually shells over here. We can always do that in real time, but whatever. We could add that guy to our hand. Let's add that one for just 1 provision. Whatever. And we got the bribe for that dude set up. We used all of our things down here. I'm pretty happy, I think. These all go away. That guy gets bribed. He adds 3 of his friends. Oh, another one that's going to give us additional barbarians. So that would be like a rapid loss. We got to kill that dude. Okay. All kinds of fun happening this time around. So let's find a way to do this. The hell are we gonna do? We're gonna collect our income. 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 white, 1 shell, 1 provision, 1 extra shell, a brick and a shell, a blue, red, white, and yellow worker, and a worker of a color of our choosing, which will probably be yellow. All right. So what do we get here? Oof. Not what we need. Okay, so what do we need to do in order to win? We want to have more spaces to build buildings, so we have more interchangeable options on our guys, but we have to also kill these dudes. So ideally, we're going to finish this as soon as possible. We don't care. This will almost cause this to advance, but we don't care because we would be like 1 ahead of it. We'd be way ahead. And it's not going to give us extra barbarians. So we want to get that out as soon as possible. Gives us some additional income and some additional flexibility. But we have to not die. We're adding 3 barbarians, 4 barbarians if that guy's alive. So, we want to kill 3 barbarians if possible. These guys have cheap ransoms, so tolerating them for a little while, not a big deal. This guy gives us a story thing, which could be really bad or not, or really good. We don't know. So let's kill this guy first. 2 provisions, 2 blue and a red. This guy's dead. We gain 2 shells and a wood. And then let's do this, maybe. Red, blue. We no longer have enough red workers to kill that guy, but we can get one here. 2 white. So blue, red, 2 white, and what, 3 shells? So this is done. We gain a brick. Fabulous. That's what I really wanted for Christmas. 3 guys die. Let's see who dies. Black worker, brick, my favorite character, and a provision dude. We have 2 free spots now, and we can trade to get a card off the top of the deck into our hand. Super powerful ability. So we probably want to do some building now. But we might want to resolve this first, just in case we need, dudes in order to resolve something spicy. So let's pay this to get a red worker. And we have 2 red and a yellow. And then we need 2 provisions. So we'll kill this guy. And we resolve story segment 25. Probably something bad happens. The mist was still rising off the river as the barbarians came into view. Our scouts had reported of their movement during the night, very likely trying to catch us off guard. They did not succeed in their deception, but in no way did that diminish the sight of them, led by a warrior, head and shoulders above the rest. They came hungry for battle. My warriors were fierce in the face of their enemy, and brought pride to my heart as they rushed forward to meet our aggressors. There is nothing quite like the sound of battle, the clash of blades, the press of bodies, the roar of victory, and the silence of defeat. We fought bravely, sword to sword, but they had the advantage of numbers, and our line was pushed back, almost to breaking, and then the rain came. My fighters, knowing this area had recently been flooded, knew the ground would soon become unstable. We let them push us back, but only until we reached firmer ground. There we stood and fought, like lions, as the enemy sank into the mud. They came hungry for battle, and as the rain fell that day, they were sated. Alright, so this guy gets filed in the history. Oh, and we just gained some stuff. Either 2 provisions, 3 wood, or 3 clay. Well, I mean, wood is remotely viable for us to need, but we probably need provisions more. So let's take 2 provisions. Sweet. We did it. Okay, we're not going to lose if those 2 barbarians stay. They're also really cheap to bribe. But it would be good to get rid of one of them. We have enough to get rid of the brick lady. It's the one we would actually kind of prefer. I don't know, actually. Let's kill the brick lady. Right? Surely. We also want to build these 2 buildings. But let's kill the brick lady. 2 yellow, a blue, 2 provisions. No, not 2. 3 provisions. Brick lady dies. We gain a shell and a white worker. Alright, let's build some buildings. On these. Probably we want to have more interchangeability with our workers. So we need 1, 2, and 3. 3 wood, a brick, and a white worker. And let's add blue into there because we need blue for now. But let's take a yellow worker. Mix and match a little. And then we can't build another one of those. And we need our wood for this bribe. We can't kill her. Nor do we really want to. I mean, I guess we have another wood here. So we can just take that. And then we have enough wood to build one of these if we want. That could be a provision. I don't know if that's useful. Or if we just hold out for these instead. We would need 2 more wood. I mean, we could just get 2 more wood here for free. Just discard that guy. We get 2 wood, and then we spend one of our workers. 3 wood and a brick. Look at that, we did it. And let's add red in. We gain a blue worker. Wonderful. Amazing. Let's pay 1 provision to discard this guy and gain 2 provisions. Yeah, we have just like this huge deck still. And then let's pay 1 provision to just take this card, because we'll just continue with this ridiculously large deck scheme. And then we'll gain a provision and a black worker. Now, we don't have like a huge, ton of stuff here. not bad, but not amazing. However, we do still have all of these spots to use. So we can gain a provision and a shell. We get 5 free shells just by using these. Any worker of our choosing. I don't know. Yellow's the only one we can't interchange, so actually having them would be good. Though the other ones are more flexible, but we gain a shell. We can get another wood because we're short on wood only, and a shell. We can draw a card. That's the shell card, and we gain a shell. And then why do I keep trying to reach over there and steal one of those guys? We gain 3 shells from this. So let's trade shells. We'll trade 6 shells for 3 provisions. And then we'll gain 3 shells. All right, we're back to having almost all the stuff. We actually don't have a way to spend provisions, and we're going to probably earn as many as we have. I guess we could do this move to just add a card to our hand from the top of the deck. That's always an option. We have to build this next turn and then survive to the end of the round. So we have to build this and kill 3 barbarians. It's that hard turn always at the end. Let's do this because we have almost all of these things off the board anyway. Let's just take this and add it to our hand. That lets us get back a provision and a shell and make our deck a little bit thicker, but then we have more to draw from here. So that kind of worked out. And we're only leaving 1 barbarian up there. We could probably kill her if we really wanted to. I don't think we really want to. We're just going to pay the 1 wood to bribe her. 3 of her buddies are going to come out. Oh, it's the unbribable buddy who kills 2 guys. I mean, killing 2 guys, like, we have such a huge deck here. Like, I don't know that we actually care. We could just ignore the barbarians and let them kill people as long as we don't end up with 7 at the end. We are back to like 10 or 12 cards that aren't in our hand because we've been a little sloppy. All right. So, what does our income look like? We draw 4 cards. This is going to move. Oh no. It's going to move again. We'll lose if we play 12 more turns without building this. All right. So, these all come back. We don't actually have a huge abundance of workers, but we are going to get a bunch now. So we drew our 4 cards. We get a white worker. We get 1, 2, 3, 4 shells. Good thing we've spent some back. We gain 1 provision. Then we get a brick and a shell. A blue, red, and white worker. And a yellow worker. And then a worker of our choosing. We need lots of blue, lots of yellow, a little bit of red. Well, yellow's the only one that isn't interchangeable, and we need 4 of them probably. So let's take a yellow. Okay. And we're good. Okay, so we want to do this. It's the same as always. We got to math it out. So we need 4 workers and 3 shells. So that's what it takes to do the barge. We'll immediately kill 3 guys. We don't really care about that. And then we have to survive the round. So we want to kill at least 3 barbarians. All 4 would be better. So that's 1 barbarian. I mean, I guess yellow is the only one that we actually care. It can be anything. We need anything in a yellow. We need anything and a yellow. Because they're all the same except for yellow. We need 2 yellow, which we don't have, plus anything. And then we need 2 anything and a yellow. So we're 2 yellow. Oh my god. We're 2 yellow workers short. So, and we can't get any yellow workers off of our cards here. We don't have to kill all 4. If we kill 3, we're doing really good. Strictly speaking, we only have to kill 2, but then we have no tolerance for weird things that caused our 1 loss. Like a sudden barbarian appearing. So let's get some provisions back in the supply by killing some dudes here. So let's go here and get a yellow worker and the last shell in the game. And then let's spend these guys and 2 provisions. We'll use 1 provision and 2 shells. So we're actually adding to the supply to kill this lady. That gets us 1 shell and a card draw. Okay. The next guy we can also kill, 2 provisions. So let's do that. 2 provisions. I guess we'll pay 4 shells. And we get 3 of those shells back. Okay. So we've done the bare minimum of what we need to do in order to win. That's cool. I like that. We got our stuff set aside to do this, to execute on that. We can still kill this lady. Is there a reason why we wouldn't just kill her now? No, and we can ransom this guy with a brick. Who cares? So, here's our yellow and blue. We gotta pay 3 provisions. She's dead. We get 2 shells and a wood. Nice. Fabulous. Okay. So, we do this. 2 white, a yellow, a red, 3 shells. We gain a wood. 3 people die. 1, 2, 3. We don't really care. Oh, the monkey died. We do care. No. Our beautiful monkey just bit it. He was hanging out in the tree. We chopped it down. He didn't make it. Poor guy. All right, so we're going to draw 4 barbarians. We have space for 6. Well, 6 would be a loss. We have space for 5. We probably can't kill this guy. We would need a yellow. We would need to just gain a yellow worker and be able to do it, actually. So maybe we could. Let's, for funsies, let's see. So if we discard this, we get a white worker and a wood. And then we can spend that white worker and a provision to turn them into a yellow worker. And then we actually have what we need here to defeat that guy, along with 3 provisions. So 3 provisions. This makes things very flexible, it turns out. We can kill that guy. We gain 3 shells for our trouble. We have almost all the shells in the game. Over here again. We've killed all of the barbarians, so we couldn't do better than that. And we can't action all of these probably, but we can almost. We can get a blue worker, and we can put him here, so we'll draw a card. If that had a worker on it, we could have done all of them, but it didn't. I guess we can pay these 4 shells to gain a white worker, who we can put here. We get 3 shells back. And then we can get a provision and a shell in principle. We can get a black worker and a red worker to work those last 2 spots. A provision and a shell. And a wood. And 2 shells for flexibility's sake. I'm just screwing around now. We have no reason to not just stop playing because we've won. But anyway. We have to survive the end of the round. We add 4 barbarians. As long as we don't lose from having 7 barbarians, life's good. Ugh, we got the other nasty barbarian jerk. That's it. We win. Okay, we did it. We get our next victory card. If we get one more victory, we win the game. So, story passage 37. Actually, this almost for sure goes under history. Let's see. 37. Oh, I left this one in here as well. Whoops. Irreplaceable Tushanshi. I cannot find the words to describe the joy I have been rewarded with for all this labor. I look around me and I see what our people have done, what I am capable of leading people to achieve. We are not simply protecting ourselves from the wrath of nature, but with the sweat of our brows and the life in our veins, we are reshaping this land, bending nature to our will. My only wish is that everyone could see what I see. It seems our progress is starting to disturb some of the larger bandit clans. When last my scouts reported on the number of bandits in the area, they brought with them disturbing news. They saw amongst the rebels we are used to seeing men and women of huge stature, broad and tall, wearing armor and weapons the likes of which I have not seen. I can only speculate, but it would appear that the local barbarians have mustered their gold together to hire mercenaries into their camps. We will have to train more men to fight, and there will be sacrifices. The coming months will be treacherous, but I believe in what we are building here, and regardless of how big the mountain is, it can never block out the sun. Alright, so we get more mean barbarians to add to the deck. 56 to 59. Let's see what these guys are. Ah, fabulous. The mercenaries require 4 meeples to kill. That guy looks crazy. His smile makes me deeply uncomfortable. Anyway, fabulous. So the bribes are no worse than normal. The rewards are pretty typical. 2 of them are story items, which we might get to see, but all of them require 4 to kill. What is this new technology green screen table? It's almost a green screen table. New technology is funny. I've had this for like 6 months, but it's actually not. Oh, hey, you know what? I might be able to show you in the most janky way possible here. Let's see. We've got the Sarah cam here. That's what it is. So, basically, instead of using a green screen, I have like a cheap like tracing like light board that I use because it's way easier to consistently mask out things that are overexposed than things that are a certain color. So instead of it, like, as long as it's not pure white, it doesn't get masked out, and it works super reliably instead of sometimes like this green thing getting, you know, masked out or whatever. So yeah, set that up a little while ago. It's fun. It works. Cards can actually be like legible, like I can, you know, place them on there and people can see what's on them and read them. Even on mobile, probably, you know, pretty rad. Yeah, and like overall, honestly, the thing that's nice about it, it was a little janky to set up. Like, I need a place to it for it to exist. It's over here, just off to my right, you know, which was the hardest thing. Have a place for this to exist. But, you know, it's like a better quality webcam and like a $20 light table thing from Amazon. And that's about it. And a light that I had already, a little, to add some fill. So like, you know, easy to execute, not super expensive, super practical. Way more practical than this thing, you know, which really just exists because I wanted to give Sarah something to mess around with. And beats having to try and show things. This is definitely underexposed. I gotta tweak that. This one's fun though. Look at this beautiful canal that I built. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous. All right. How is the new PC treating you? Good. A couple issues, growing pains. I'm having a weird issue suddenly with the GPU where sometimes when the GPU gets engaged, when it hasn't been doing anything for a while, right? Like it's idling. Like I'll load a video in Chrome or something, but the GPU has been otherwise idle. It kind of hangs for like just a split second in a weird way that I'm not sure I've figured out just yet. But that aside, it's been great. And that's like a new thing. Like there might be like some weird software update or something, because that wasn't happening before. Hey, trombone. This hydrates for you. The barbarians have yet to win. We've won 2 games. And now it's a best of 13. So first to 7. They have 6 more losses that we would need to get for the barbarians to win. We just got to win one more time. So we're going to try once more and see if we can seal the deal on Legacy of You today. Because I think we can. I'm feeling good. We just won 2 games back to back. We added some gnarly barbarians to the deck, but both games we top decked a horrible barbarian right off the start and managed to figure it out. So surely this one will work out too. You still support Team Barbarian. You know what? I would expect nothing less, Trombone. Appreciate you. Even though you're a barbarian lover. I feel like, at least to some degree, I just kind of have this game sort of figured out now, right? I like solved the puzzle. I'm not going to say that I couldn't lose. Like bad things can happen. You can get unlucky combinations of cards or whatever. But I will say that just adding tons of cards so that you can turn over your deck slower is like an incredibly important component of winning this game, I think. And if you just build a huge deck and don't do anything crazy, it seems like it's more going through the motions than mostly anything else. That's how the last 2 plays have felt anyway. Ride or die, Team Barbarian. Oh my god, I love it. Ooh, that's a yucky one. Okay, well, here I am talking shit about how I have the game figured out, and now we're gonna have to kill everybody. So that's unfortunate. They're all gonna die. Oh, they're really gonna die. Are there any that aren't 3 deaths? No. Everybody's just gonna die. Unlucky. Okay. Basically got this set up again. I guess I don't start with like 10 brick and 10 wood. Or any of these resources for that matter. That sucks. Alright. Did we, like, is this one of the gigantic barbarians? We've done it every other time. We top decked the worst barbarian in the deck, so surely this is one of the ones with 4 resources. It isn't. Remarkable. Cannot believe it. I thought for sure. Alright. So, here we are. If we win this game, the barbarian menace has been defeated. We win the campaign. We get 4 cards. A white worker, a shell, and a provision. We start with very little. Let me do that instead of just messing around with my eyebrows, man. I feel like we haven't added quotes lately, and now all the quotes that are in there are old, and I just have no idea what the hell I was talking about when I said any of them. You know? Okay, so we are not killing this barbarian, nor are we paying the ransom for them, very likely. I guess we could get the ransom here, potentially. So we can play this and gain 2 provisions. We know for sure we're going to do that. We also know for sure that we're going to gain this 2 provision lady into our hand for free. And we probably want to try and build a building and get some income. And we do have room for 1 income thing here as well. So we know next turn we have to do this. We need 2 white workers. That's the biggest obstacle. You can basically just lose the game if you simply build a building and like are unlucky. So we don't have any. I guess this guy allows us to get a white worker. So we always have 1 option somehow, as long as we at least make that cheap to get. So we have to buy these then if we want to do that. Okay, so I kind of like starting with resources as income because it does seem extremely useful. But that's unlikely, so not going to work. We're going to install this guy, so we gain a red worker every time. We're also going to play this, so we gain a yellow worker now. We're going to pay a provision to discard this card, get a black worker. So that is our ransom. Sorry, dude, you are going to die. And we are going to pay a provision to add this blue worker guy into our hand. This means that we have this guy for 1 provision next turn, like worst case scenario, and we'll gain 1 of these also. So no matter what, we can do it. Even if we build a building this turn, which I don't think we're going to do because I don't think we can afford it. We need a brick, and we don't have a practical way to get that. We can send this guy here to gain us a shell and a provision, so we can almost do it if we had 1 more provision, but we can't get that. We can go here, get 2 wood, and we got the worker, we got the wood, but we need a brick, and we're 1 shell short, and I don't think, I mean, we could pay 2 provisions. We could turn our 2 provisions into 1 provision and a shell, and then we could build that this turn. Is that worth it? I'm going to go with yes, let's do it. We're going to pay 2 provisions. We're going to discard this to gain 1 provision and a shell. And we're going to turn those 3 shells into a brick, which we'll just leave over there, and we'll pay a white worker and a stick, and we'll build our favorite farm right here. We get a provision back. That's some good min-maxing, and we still have our dude that we're gonna sacrifice to the barbarians. Rad. Let's do that. We sacrifice to the barbarians, get another barbarian out. Ooh, that's the one that makes us add an additional barbarian, so we should probably kill her. Some new guys. And it's income time. You're thinking too much? I want to see your YOLO strategy. No. I want to think. I want to win, and we're so close to the campaign. I want to get there. I want to make this happen. Okay, so we gain a bit of everything. We get a red worker, and then we get a worker of any color. We're going to take yellow so that we can delete that lady. I don't know where we're going to come up with a black worker for our ransom. We might not be able to do it. I don't know. how fortuitous. We can gain a provision and a shell. We can gain a white worker. Well, I'll leave over there because we're going to spend the other white worker and 2 shells to gain this. We get a brick and a wood. The canal has enough space now. And we have enough to kill this lady. We can add this to our hand. We don't want to add an additional barbarian. I mean, maybe we do want to add an additional barbarian. That would just push the barbarians into the cheaper spots. No, we don't want to do that. Let's just kill her. 2 yellow and a red. 3 provisions. This lady is dead. We gain 3 shells for our trouble. We're going to spend 1 provision to take this guy into our hand. And we are going to spend 2 shells as a provision to put this girl into our hand. And we're kind of tapped out. We can get a yellow worker and a brick. And unfortunately, we can put this guy here, get a provision and a shell. But unfortunately, we do not have a way of getting this black worker, so somebody's going to die. Just don't let it be the monkey. It was not the monkey. Sweet. All right, that guy dies. Another barbarian comes out. Unbribable. Looks grumpy. Look at this guy. Look how grumpy he looks. Poor guy. All right. We draw a card. This moves. We don't die because we built the canal. It was kind of YOLO. Played that pretty quick. Got as many cards as we could in here. We get 4. A white worker. 1 each of those. A red worker. And then a worker of our choosing. Let's take black so we can get rid of the unbribable guy. So our townspeople aren't simply dying. Because that would be miserable. I feel like we have a good mix of things in here. But none of the really powerful cards. Which is a shame. Okay, so we want to get this. We want to build a building and then clear that off as soon as possible, essentially. And we have this turn and 2 more, provided a whole. Well, we don't let a lot of guys die. So we could do it next turn or the turn after that, I guess. So we should be safe to build a building then, but. Do we have the resources we need? We need 3 bricks. Yes, we do. We'll get another brick here. And then we have a white worker, 3 bricks, a stick. We're going to take this hut, put it here. We gain a shell. We get to draw a card. We had that every time. We're pretty lucky, actually. Actually, that hurts us. It doesn't quite cost us a turn, but if anybody dies, it does. Or if we draw a card any other way. Okay, well, we unlocked that spot, which is nice. So we can also place a thing here to get additional income. Probably we want to keep this provision card, I think. I mean, did we add provision cards to our deck? I don't remember. I think we did. I think the first couple were. We want more workers. Let's take blue. Let's put this guy. Ooh, or do I take the stupid resource? It's worked well for us, having resources every time. And a shell. We don't really need wood, though. We need tons of brick. That's the brick resource lady, but I'd have to... Or, not lady, but I'd have to have it in my hand to use it, which I don't. So... I don't know. Okay, let's not forget about the fact that I have these guys too. So I probably want to get rid of this guy. which then means I'm going to lose another townsperson to this guy. Can I get rid of this guy? I need 2 blue. That's not happening. Okay, so let's put this guy in here so that I can get a blue next turn, so that I can actually deal with that dude. And then I need these and 3 provisions, which I've got. So I'm going to pay a black and a yellow, 2 provisions, 2 shells. We'll delete this guy. We'll gain 1 shell back. And then we can put this guy here and gain a blue worker and a shell. We can then send that blue worker to work here, gain a provision and a shell. This guy can go into our deck. This scroll can go into our deck. And, ooh, I don't know if I did pay for it. Yes, I did. And this one can go into our deck. I wish I had a way of getting yeah, I can't get the red part off of that. I don't have any black workers available here anywhere. I could have not done this provision step, but I wanted to. Whatever, we just lose another guy. Sucks to suck. Okay, so we can get 3 provisions and a shell. And, oh, I guess because we drew that card, that actually means that might have cost us the game. Okay. I'm going to screw that up. Oh, well. Because now we have to do it next turn. This, or we lose. Perhaps my only misgiving about this is that it's hard to get the white workers early, and it's just sort of random chance. Do you see them on cards or not? Anyways, somebody dies. That guy. Put on another barbarian. These guys go over, and we hope that we see one that gives us a white worker on here. And if we don't, we probably lose the game. Well, we can't get that one, so we probably lose the game. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we got one here. Yay! Fabulous news. Alright, so we gain a white worker, shell, provision, and a worker of any color. We want to get rid of that lady. We're taking a blue one. We need blue for the other guy as well. But we have to do this, so we're going to do it before we screw it up. We're going to play this guy to get a white worker, another white worker, and 2 shells. We're going to do this. We gain a wood and a brick. And somebody dies. This guy dies. Blue worker. Unlucky. Okay. So, we have a lot of wood. But I don't like... I want to get the huts more than I want to get this. And... Yeah, we want the huts. Okay, but we got to get rid of this annoying jerk face. 2 blue, a red, 3 provisions. She's dead. We get a shell and a white worker. Yeah, that would have been another way to get one. And probably we're just going to take these resources. So 2 wood. Oh, let's think about that. Maybe that one I don't do. Provision and a shell for sure we're doing. And a black worker for sure we're doing. Okay. Can I get what I need in order to build this? I need 2 bricks. I can trade for 1 brick. I can almost trade for a 2nd brick. And if I go collect these, I can do it. So I can go here. I can get a blue worker because I'll need him next time. And I gain a shell. I can go here and I can get a provision and a shell. And then I can use this guy. Ooh, what if I don't want that provision and shell? Let's think this out for a second. Because I can use this guy. 3 bricks and a wood. I can build this. I gain a worker. Oh, I gain a worker of any color. Okay, that. I get a blue and a red. Maybe I don't need another. Let's take a yellow one. Speculatively. And then what do I get? A provision. Okay, so I gain that provision and that shell. And then I can get a resource. I can take a brick. And I gain a shell from it. So this is our bribe, so we don't lose anybody. And I can take this and add it to here. I can pay 2 of these to add these 2. And do I want to... I don't need 2 reds. This guy's a terrible one. I forgot about the income thing. But I think I could just take the 2 wood. And I'm going to just pay these provisions to get this. Because I'm going to turn over the deck here. So I want it as thick as possible now. And we are super tapped out. So, grumpy guy, we pay him his shells, he leaves us alone. But we got to put out 2 barbarians this time. Oh, that's one of the new mean barbarians. Takes 4 to kill because they're grumpy mercenaries. We pick up 2 cards, that moves. We're going to shuffle this. And pick up our other 2 cards. These guys are off the board. We get white, shell, provision, red, blue, and then a worker of any color. So we want to definitely kill this guy. We probably only want to kill that guy. This is the unbribable lady, so getting rid of her would also be good. So we want a yellow, or a blue then. We have what we need to kill both the guys we want to get rid of. We would need a blue sacrifice, but I don't know if that's happening. I guess we'll see. We got a boatload of provisions in our hand. Okay, and how many turns do we have? We have 1, 2, 3 if nobody dies. 4 inclusive of this turn before that has to be done. We want to do it sooner than that, though, because we want to do more buildings. We might be able to do it this turn. We are deeply short on shells to do it. Okay, so this would get us the guy we need in order to build it. We might just tolerate that guy for a little longer. Okay, let's do that. I mean, I guess if we go get this, do we actually have the people we need in order to go use it this turn? Probably not. Because we would need another white worker. And 2 people die. That sucks. So it costs us a turn, but whatever. Okay, let's just do it anyway. Oh, we don't have enough shells. We cannot do it right now. So, how can we solve that? We could take the 3 shells here, but that's a great card to have in our hand. Let's leave the monkey this time. We're gonna not take the monkey. We'll play his 3 shells and the other ones. Okay, we're gonna gain a wood. And we kill 2 dudes. Who dies? Wood and double provision. Unlucky. Alright. Hey, Time Roller, welcome in. Okay, but we have another spot we can build. We are nowhere near having what we need for the hut if we want to do the hut there, which we probably do because we get all those bonus shells and so on. So, we're also shy on provisions, but we can get 2 like this. That's enough for us to kill this dude. The unbribable one. We can also just place this here to gain another blue worker and a shell. And then we can go kill him. Blue, yellow, 3 provisions. Unbribable guy is dead. I guess yeah, okay. We gain a shell for our trouble. See you later, barbarian. We can get a blue and 2 more provisions. So, we're probably going to play it safe, gain a blue and 2 more provisions, and then use those provisions. We can bribe this guy with a blue, or these guys. We'll add 2 new barbarians, which means these guys will be in the cheaper slots to defeat. And with our 2 provisions, we can go add these to our deck. Like so. We have a ton of wood. Not as many bricks as I would like. And we still didn't put a card there for income because I'm an idiot. So, that sucks. that part's less good. But that's okay. We can still... we don't have enough to defeat that guy, and we don't want to anyway. So we're just going to go here, gain a provision and a shell. And we're going to go here and gain a brick and a shell. And then we've used up all of our stuff. These guys all come back. We feed this guy to the barbarians. We give them some shells as well. They're really happy with us. 2 of their friends come out to play. Ooh, it's another hard barbarian with a story thing. And one that's going to give us an additional barbarian. Okay, so this is super rough for us. We have to kill this one, or we probably lose. But we wanted to kill these ones. This is kind of what happened to us last game. Not fabulous for us. But that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. This can advance, and like it doesn't actually matter because we already cleared the thing out. We gain 1, 1, 1. A red, a blue, and then one of our choosing, probably black or yellow. Black, because we want to get rid of this guy. We don't want extra barbarians. That's nonsense. Okay. So, what do we got here? We need to find a way to live the dream and get rid of these guys. So we have what we need to eliminate that barbarian, right? And it's going to cost us 3 provisions, which we also have. So let's just do that. 2 provisions, 2 shells, 2 blue and a black. This guy's dead. We gain 2 shells and a brick, which means we now have enough brick to build our thing here. Or build this thing, rather. We don't need to do this, so let's do it. Yeah. White, 3 brick, a wood. This goes here, we gain a provision, and we get a shell. I think that's the same order they've come out every time. Okay, we have 2 slots that we can use for income. But we don't have great cards for income, unfortunately. And we really want to eliminate another barbarian, but this is the only one who's kind of viable for us to get rid of, right? We have what we need, 2 blue and a red. We have the red for the ransom for this guy. We do not have the blue for the ransom for this guy. Okay, so we get blue and red income. We could use an extra one of those for white ones. And I think we're going to discard this guy from the game. We'll gain 2 wood and a thing of our choosing, which is going to be the blue guy that we need for the ransom so that we don't kill anybody. So this is our ransom. We can add this guy into our hand for free. We can play this to get those things. We can spend these to put these guys into our deck. And we can gain a white worker. And then we have all of these things available. Maybe this card will actually be something that we want to put here for income. Oh, we didn't actually kill this guy yet. Whoops. Okay, so let's kill him. So, oh, but then we don't have enough workers. We don't have our workers to do all these things. Ah. Okay. So, let's use this one to get another red one and a shell. And then let's draw a card and a shell. Hey, it gets us a brick. It's not what we wanted. Bullcrap. We want another worker. But it does get us yellow worker income, so it is what we wanted, actually. Okay, and then we have what we need here. 2 blue, a red, and 2 provisions. This guy's dead. We gain 2 shells and a wood, which we really don't need. We got a ransom sitting here. But unfortunately, that means that we do not have the bandwidth to activate these, which is a true shame. But I don't think there's anything we can do about it. It's not until we build this part of the canal that we can get trade 4 shells for a worker. And we speculated here to try and get one. We didn't get a worker, but we did get worker income. So overall, still pretty good. Still pretty good. Okay, so we're going to pay a red and a blue worker as our ransom. And these guys are going to move over into the inexpensive spots. We get 2 new ones. Thankfully, they are bribable, but another one... We have 3 of the 4 tough enemies on the board right now, and we do not have a lot of extra workers. So that sucks. But that's a problem that we're going to solve. Hopefully. We're apparently not going to solve it the way I thought we were going to solve it, but 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is going to move this turn, but that's okay. We still got lots of turns before we're really concerned about it, because we already cleared its spot. So we get a white worker, a shell, and a provision. We're going to turn 2 of those shells into a provision, because we can. We get red, blue, white, yellow, all these workers, which is not super helpful when we need like 50 black workers to defeat these guys. So one of our choosing, we will take a black one, and we'll see what we have in our hand. We did not get a ton of workers, which is a travesty. Okay, so we are very worker poor overall. There's not a way for us to really get a lot more. We can turn the white workers into colored workers, but it costs us provisions, which we don't have an abundance of because we got to kill all these guys, and they're in rough, hard spots. So what's the most viable? We get rid of this guy because it only costs us 2 provisions, and we basically have what we need to do it. We just need 1 more black worker. So we could go here, get a black worker and a shell, and then we can eliminate this guy with these 4. I'm tempted to do this, but I'm scared to do the story thing right now, and then sometimes they add extra barbarians or whatever. It could be a total loss condition for us if we're unlucky. Probably does something good, but we don't actually know. So we'll pay these 2 provisions. This guy's dead. That was a lot of workers. 2 shells and a brick for our trouble. Okay. Now, how many cards have we got here? We don't actually have a huge deck. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Not as many as I thought, honestly. But that's okay. It's not a huge obstacle to not have tons of them. We do want to work these things, but we're having to use more than an average number of like barbarians and stuff up there, and we've been having to pay ransoms, and the ransoms we've been having to pay have been the like workers, meeples that we've been losing. So that's been tricky. And we kind of been playing for the long game here with more workers that are adding more cards to our deck. So, okay, we can get a red worker. And I think maybe we, like, so this one we can tolerate. We want to get rid of this one, but it's the story one. It could screw us, right? So we probably want to get rid of this. We have 2 of the workers that we need. So we can discard this card. We gain 2 bricks and a worker of any color. So we can get another red one. And then we just have to get another blue worker and 3 provisions. So we can get a provision and a shell here. We have enough with our shells to do it. There's our 3 provisions. So we just need a blue worker. Now we could discard this one and get a blue worker. That's an option, but I kind of don't want to do that. We do not really need the wood, though. We have a lot of wood right now, and we would gain the wood anyway, but I don't want to be making this deck thinner. Okay. Before we kill that guy... Oh, we're not going to do the story one anyway. Okay. So yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of this. We gain a wood and a blue worker. So that's the other worker we need. So we have 2, 4, that's 2 provisions, a 3rd provision, 2 red workers, 2 blue workers, and we can kill this guy. Okay. That gets us 2 shells and a wood that we definitely don't need. We have all of the wood in the game over here. We have no cards remaining. We cannot pay this ransom because it's going to require a red worker, which we do not have. I mean, would rather pay it than suffer. So maybe we pay a provision and a white worker to turn that into a red worker. So there's 1 ransom. There's our 2nd ransom. So we have our ransom covered. Okay, and then we can go work with these ones. We're going to turn over our deck next turn no matter what. So let's go here. We'll draw a card. Maybe we'll get something good. Oh, that was the red worker that we needed. Oh, well, too late now. And we get a shell for our trouble. But we can play this to gain that red worker. We'll need it eventually anyway. And then that means we can also have a little bit of extra bandwidth here to do all of these things. And we can go here and... Do we need the other brick, or do we just want to take an extra shell? 2 shells or a shell and a brick? I don't know. We have 3 bricks already. We have enough to get this one. And then we need like a couple extra bricks that we'll find from clearing this out. Let's take the 2 shells. Okay, so we got our ransom covered. These guys will be in the cheap slot. We'll kill this guy. We're going to keep that guy there as long as we can tolerate. We're going to add this person to our pile. And we want to add both these to our pile because we're about to turn over our deck. So we want it to be as large as possible. So we're going to pay 4 shells as 2 provisions. Add these guys to our deck as well. That kind of makes up for the people that we slaughtered. And I don't think we have anything else left to do. We did all of our things. The thing's going to advance, but that's fine because there's space for it. All right, we're all set up. So we're going to pay our ransom. A red worker and a wood. There's actually wood in the pile now, which is cool. We're going to take this, which means the wave advances. We've also gotten rid of a couple of those hard barbarians. 3 of the 4 in the deck have come out. So we've kind of eliminated some of the more annoying things already. So that's nice. And what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3 more turns. 4 turns before we have to have that done. And we probably want to wait and stockpile a little bit, because this is the break point where the game gets hard. Okay, so we gain a white worker and a provision and a shell. These guys all come back. We gain red, blue, white, and yellow. We put out 2 more barbarians, which are both totally average barbarians. This one takes a brick. That's great news for us. That one takes shells. Also great news. Overall, quite fortunate there. And we have what? 1, 2, 3. We definitely don't have as many cards as last time. 6, 9, 12, 14 cards that are not in our deck. So we have a pretty gnarly deck of cards. We can't build any more buildings because we don't have space. We get space for 2 more. We want to accumulate resources. We're doing pretty good on wood and brick already. We can start getting more brick here to pay off that ransom so that we have enough to get this. So mostly what we want to focus on this turn, I think, is we want to kill this dude and get that story thing out of the way and just do it now and see what happens while it's still, you know, while there's still like some tolerance for us to do other things. So we got 2 here. Oh, we didn't take our 1 guy that was any color. Okay, so we want to play a guy to get a black and a shell. And then we have what we need to kill that dude with our 2 provisions. And we're just going to kill him now. And we're going to hope that he gives us something good in this story thing and doesn't immediately screw us. So story 47. Do we die? Is it a horrible idea? Is everything over? The mercenary kneels before me, his lifeblood trickling between his fingers, his hand holding tight where the axe found its mark. His armor bright and strong this morning, now covered in mud and marred by the scars of battle. He waits for my mercy. His plea to spare his life at the cost of his service, and the decision to save him is mine alone. This man brought death for money. One of the mercenaries my scouts have reported seeing working for the barbarians. He cries out to me as a savior, wishing me to give the mercy he did not give to others. But perhaps we need not dig any more graves than we already have. I give the man my hand and help him to his feet. Once he has recovered, I will find a better use for his spear. So we file this card in the history, and we get card 28 from the story deck and shuffle it into the townsfolk draw pile. Okay, so we're gonna hire this guy. He's gonna be our new buddy. He's gonna work for us now. Oh, he gives 2 white workers. Now, I feel like if I was being cheesy, the townsfolk draw pile is empty. So I think I would just add this and shuffle it. But that feels cheap. So we're gonna put it in the pile here and shuffle it in, instead of just top decking it and getting it immediately next turn. All right. Well, that was good. We eliminated that dude, and good things came of it because we were merciful. All right, so of these, we don't really care. We want to keep this wood one because we have almost all the wood in the game. It's a deeply easy ransom to pay. Of the other ones, I'd rather pay shells than a brick. So this would be the guy to kill. And we happen to have 2 red right here. So we just need to come up with a yellow somehow. Sadly, that's not particularly easy. We're probably paying a white worker and a provision to do it. I think we add this to our hand. We're going to keep adding as many cards into our hand as possible. It just makes the game easier. We can probably take this provision and a shell, and then we can spend these to gain the yellow worker that we needed. Yeah, that's right. Okay, and then we need 3 provisions. We have 2, 4, 6 shells. That'll work. 2, 4, 6. 2 red and a yellow. This guy's dead. We gain 3 shells back for our trouble. Okay, and then this is 2 shells and a wood. Easy ransom. Easy ransom. That's fine. We don't really have enough workers to eliminate those guys, but we do have enough workers to do these things. So let's play this guy. We draw a card and we get a shell. And then we can just get, I think we just collect these things. So we get 3 provisions and a shell. And then we get 2 bricks, which is great. We wanted those bricks anyway. And then a white worker and a red worker. We don't get like any black workers at all, which is probably one of our like the clumsiest things here for us right now. Because we're going to end up needing them to fight off bad guys. All right. We're going to take 2 shells again, because I don't think we need that extra brick. We basically have enough brick for the rest of the game already here. And then we're going to spend these 2 provisions to add these 2 cards to our hand. There's one that gives us a black worker. We could take that worker now, but I want to add the card. And we want to probably think about doing this soon. Maybe next turn. Okay, so we're going to pay our ransom. 2 shells, a piece of wood. These guys are going to slide over. Non-bribable barbarian and the mean face girl who intimidates me extensively. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2 more turns after this one if we can't get this done or choose not to do it. As soon as we do it, 3 barbarians every time. We want to stockpile stuff. We have a pretty good stockpile, except of workers. We don't actually have very many workers. We only have these ones here. And we don't have a ton of provisions and whatever, but yeah, we're getting more and more and more and more white workers. Not a ton of other ones, which is proving challenging. But that's okay. We still get our income. A little bit of everything. And we get a worker of our choosing. We're going to take black because we just don't otherwise receive them at all. They're the only one we don't have. We can't build this until we clear a little more space. But I don't know. This round or next, probably. Okay, so we want to kill the unbribable guy for sure. Black, yellow, blue, 3 provisions. We have everything we need here. He kills 2 townspeople. We just cannot abide that. That guy's gotta die. Okay, he dies. We get 3 shells immediately. Fabulous. This is another cheap bribe, so we have what we need to kill the shell guy, and he takes fewer provisions. So let's spend 4 shells as 2 provisions, and 2 red and a blue, and get rid of this guy. Oh, whoops. He goes over here. Gives us 2 shells back and a brick. We have like this huge array of workers here. So let's send them to work. A provision, a shell, a worker. I mean, I'm tempted to take blue or yellow because we were going to pay those ransoms, though. We're going to take black. Okay, and a shell. Here, we're going to take 2 shells, which we're going to leave there and take a provision instead. And here we're going to draw a card and take a shell. We're going to trade some of these shells for provisions. Our stockpile is starting to look really good. Put that card in there. A2 provisions. Put these cards in here. We've used all of our abilities. We can get a wood and a white worker. 2 more white workers, which is basically all of the ones that exist in the game. And then 3 provisions and a shell. Okay, so now our have a lot of resources dream is looking complete. We already bought all the cards that we can. We have a ton of workers. The problem is that our workers are all, you know, just these white workers. We need other colors as well. Now we can change these ones for provisions, which is good. But I don't think we want to do it yet because we don't know what we're going to need. Probably black workers because that's the only one we can't get. So why would it be anything else, you know? We could eliminate like this guy maybe this turn. And then just have less to deal with next turn. That's possible. It would also add some more of these to the supply, which might not be a horrible thing to do. We're only going to grab, like, we'll gain 2. There's actually not enough for us to gain them from the supply. Let's just, like, it would cost all our provisions, though. Okay, we're going to turn these guys into 2 blue and a yellow. And then we're going to pay 2 provisions worth of shells to eliminate this guy. We gain 1 shell and draw a card, which then we can turn into a blue worker, I guess. I don't know that that was worth it, but probably it wasn't. Why would we pay those provisions to do that this turn? Well, we're going to have to do it next turn anyway, probably. Oh well, whatever. We already did it. Too late. That was a dumb play. I shouldn't have done it. But, in good news, it's the next turn. We pay our brick. We're going to add 2 barbarians. Oh, mean barbarian and not too bad barbarian. This one's got to go. Needs to die. We have space for more townspeople now. Oh, the monkey. We love the monkey. We're down to 9 cards that aren't in our deck. We get our income. All these. These guys come off the board. All these. And one of our choosing, which actually we didn't need the black workers as badly as we thought. We need yellow and blue. So let's take a yellow one. And we draw our 4 cards. Now we have to do this turn. Good news is we have an abundance of white workers, so it's not a big deal. And we even get more. And provisions. So we just... It feels like we have no other workers in our deck, but I think we're just feeding them to the wolves too much. I don't know. Okay, so we know we have to do this. Let's just get that out of the way. A yellow, 2 white, and 3 shells. We do the barge. We're going to start adding 3 barbarians, which is super sucky, but otherwise we would lose the game. We gain a brick. 2 people die. These 2. An old man and a young lady. Sorry, friends. Okay. We now have space for more buildings, which is great because we have all these extra white workers and we can use them for making those buildings. And this one lets us just get some shells. It's quite flexible. But we do have to eliminate this lady. We're gonna add 3 barbarians. If we eliminated none, we wouldn't lose. But we really want this girl to die. So we're gonna need 3 provisions, which we happen to have. And any 3 non-white workers. So a red and a black, we don't need those ones anywhere else. And we can't get any other workers off of our cards here. I mean, we do have a huge deck. I could just discard this guy to get a yellow one. Oh, we need that anyway. Okay, let's go here. We'll gain a red and a shell. And then we have 3 workers and 3 provisions. This girl dies. We also get to take the card off the top of the deck and add it to our hand, and I bet you it's the super warrior guy. Is not. But he does give us an extra yellow worker, which is exactly what we need for these jerks. So that's cool. Because we're adding 3 now every time. Which we don't love. Don't love. So there is room to build 2 buildings. Let's do. Let's build our other hut. White, 3 brick, and a wood. This hut, we can get a black worker back. We get to draw a card into our hand. Also not the super strong guy who we shuffled right to the bottom, I guess. That's okay. We want to do this as soon as possible. Because then it also gives us more places to build. So, is there anything else we desperately need to do? We probably want to eliminate this guy because that costs us a red worker that we don't have. If some of these people die, it doesn't really matter too much because we have a very thick deck. So we don't really need to worry about it a ton. I'd rather do this than that, I guess. So we need provisions. Let's spend these guys to gain 2 provisions and a shell. Let's add this girl to our hand because we're going to turn over our deck soon. Let's also, before we screw it up, let's put the monkey in there too. And we could even put the other guy because why the hell not? For cheap. We have no provisions left. But we can solve that. We can go here to gain a provision and a shell. Then we can spend that provision and this white guy to gain the red one that we need. And now we have a red, yellow, and 2 white workers left. So red, yellow, 2 white, 3 shells. We'll get this. It's going to flip the thing immediately, which sucks. That's okay. So we gain a wood, woohoo, and 3 people die. So this guy dies, and then we're going to shuffle this, and 2 more people are going to die. This is going to move. Hopefully it's not our monkey. No red workers for us. Ah. Okay. As the deck was so thick, I almost put it up here because there's only 6 cards that aren't in our deck. It will be a while before we run out of turns here. Okay, so this is what we need to kill that lady. But we also need 3 provisions, which we do not have. We can potentially get them. Our best bet is to go here to draw a card. That gets us a provision, and it gets us a shell. So we can play that. That gets us a provision and a shell. That is 3 provisions right there. 1, 2, 3. Then we don't have to kill anybody, though we don't really care that much. It also gives us more space for barbarians, which means we have more space for townspeople, because we are going to gain 3 this round. So, 1, 2, 3. 2. Whoa, that is 2 blue and a yellow. Not 2 yellow and a blue. Okay, well, we won't be killing that person. I don't remember how I got these. I don't know if it was... Oh, it was because I paid a provision to change it. So I just picked the wrong one. So I can do it. I can do it. I'm just an idiot. And I grabbed the wrong one. Okay. She's dead. 2 shells and a stick. The last stick in the game. Now, sadly, we have no workers here, but we can gain a white and a black worker and a brick. And then we can use them here to gain 2 shells and 3 shells. And then we can turn 2 of those into a provision just on principle. And we can't build any more buildings. I mean, I guess we could have done that instead. We could have used this guy to build a building, but we can also do that next round. And we're going to pay a single ransom of a brick. We could pay 2 provisions to get that guy into our hand, but I don't think it's worth it. We probably need the provisions for killing people. So... Oh, but we can buy a white worker now. So hey, let's spend 4 shells and turn it into a white worker, and then a brick and a wood lets us build a building, and lets us build this one, which just gets us provisions, and we can just take a red worker. All right, cool. We did it. So we're going to pay our brick to the mean lady with the questionable teeth. We're going to put out 3 new barbarians. 1, 2, 3. I feel like... No, did I do the barge twice in one round? I don't think I did. I hope not. But I feel like I might have. By mistake. You literally take it off the board, so you can't do that. But I feel like I might have anyway. No, I put out 3 barbarians that last time. Yeah, okay. Anyway. If I did, I messed up, and I'm sorry. Everyone will survive. Alright. So, these guys are where you get all back. I feel like I must have done that twice in one round. It doesn't feel like enough time has passed, but we were way ahead of the wave. I don't know. Alright. Red, blue, white, yellow. We get all these guys. We get one of our choosing. Probably we'll take yellow. Guess it depends what's in our hand. Just blue and the monkey? Sure. Okay. And yeah. We're fine here. This is fine. Okay, so what do we need to do to win? We need to advance this and kill at least 2 barbarians in one turn. We probably can't do that this round. Maybe we can. What would we need? A black and a red. 2 black and a red. We don't have that, but we can go here and get another black one and a shell. Okay. So we would just need to magically come up with 6 provisions if we were going to kill these guys. These ones are easy to ransom, so that feels reasonable. We basically have the provisions that we need right here. But then we also need to advance this, which is a white, a blue, a red, a blue. We don't have the red. The blue, 2 white, and 3 shells. That probably isn't happening. Okay, let's see. Can we get any extra workers here? No, but what we can do is we can play this guy to draw a card and gain a shell. Skill issue. Thanks, Martina. That's what I needed. Hey, there's another red worker. That's the one we need for this. So we can place this here and gain a red worker. And we have red, blue, 2 white, and 3 shells. So we really just need to either decide to kill these guys instead and pay fewer provisions, or we need more provisions. I mean, we can probably kill that guy also. We can play this one, gain a blue, and then we could... Do any of those get us provisions? No, they do not. But 2 yellow and a blue and 2 provisions lets us kill this guy, gain a shell and a white worker. Okay. And then we can gain, or use our monkey to gain 3 more shells, which is always cool. Actually, you know what? Our monkey's going to do us a solid. We're going to also draw a card. Hey, that one gets us 2 provisions. Totally worth it. This guy we can discard. He gets us 2 provisions and a shell. And then we have what we need here. 3 provisions, 2 shells and 2 provisions, plus a black and a red. That lets us kill the unbribable lady. We gain a shell back. And then 2 black, a red, and 2 provisions and 2 shells. Lets us kill this guy. We get a shell back and we draw a card. And then we can spend a red, a blue, 2 white, 3 shells, and advance the barge. So, we gain a brick, and 3 people die. 1, 2, 3. Oh, those were all better cards. Also, we did totally deal the guy to the bottom, didn't we? Or maybe I'm... No, here he is. He's right there. I'm blind. Okay, so we have 2 workers left. If we want to defeat this girl, we need 2 yellow and a red. We could build these things to make it more flexible, but that's not really going to help us a ton, I don't think. But we're going to do it anyway. We're going to spend a white worker, a brick, and 3 wood, because we can place this building. We're going to make it so that white can be red, and we can put it over here and gain a yellow worker back. Okay, so we got a yellow worker and a white worker. We're going to need 2 provisions. We have 2 provisions worth over here, just sitting there, hanging out. So we need... This is our red worker. This is a yellow worker. We just need 1 more yellow worker. So we're going to discard this lady. We gain 2 bricks and a yellow worker. We got 1 red, 2 yellow, and 2 provisions. And this lady dies. And we get 3 shells back for our trouble. And we're basically out of options here. We just have this left, which gets us a wood and a blue worker if we discard it, which is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to get that blue worker, and we're going to put that blue worker here and gain 3 shells, but we're going to just leave them over there, pay 1 more to get a white worker back. We're going to put that guy here and gain 2 shells, and we're going to play these 4 to get another white worker, and then we're going to put him here and gain a provision and a shell, because then we feel like we did everything. Now, we have tons of space available. We're going to put 4 barbarians out, but we have an entirely free board. We can add this guy for free. We can pay this 1 provision to get the super strong guy finally into our hand, or our deck rather. And as long as the barbarians don't kill us, which they can't, we win the game. So we had 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't die because there's not 7, and we win. It was from a while ago. You're doing great. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I might have messed this up, but honestly, it's like, so look, I feel like I might have moved the barge twice in like 1 turn there, but it's like I feel like I'm kind of going through the motions at this point. The threat of losing is extremely low because I have this huge deck of cards, right? It's like this thing has to advance 2 more times for me to lose from that. And in order for that to happen, it's like I have to play like a dozen turns. And each turn I'm generally ending up a little bit ahead, not behind, right? So anyway, the good news is we got this card here. This card is our We Win the Campaign victory card. 52. Story 52. Let's see what we get. Oh, it's like literally right at the back. Oh my gosh, it's like a novel. Okay. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee first. Very cold coffee. All right. The early morning air fills my lungs as I breathe deeply. The cool air brings life to my body as I wake from a deep slumber. I lay still as the first rays of morning dance shadows over my face. I do not dare to open my eyes, lest the visions of my slumber escape from me. My house and my yard stand before me. My wife and family wait eagerly to welcome me home. Long has it been since I have seen their faces. The edges of my visions are blurry with time. A pang of sadness at this absence threatens to pull me from my daydream, but I will not be saddened. These faces will become clear once again. I will tread the halls of my home and hear the laughter of my children. I am filled with joy as the knowledge that my task is done flows through me. I feel it evermore with every ache as I start to sit. The sound of waves on the shore reaches my ears. The camp must not have awakened yet. A well-earned slumber for all, I think. I rise to my feet and dress. Stepping out from my tent, I look up to the sky, as has become my habit over these years. The clouds are gray and threaten rain, but I let my gaze fall to the horizon. I let out a small laugh. A sight that I have only dreamed of for many years stands before me. Where brooding clouds broil in the sky, they are met at the edge of the world by the pounding blue of the ocean. That great sea that shall swallow the beast I have fought for so long. The dragon will roar, and its storms will come. They will flow through our canals and empty into the insatiable maw of this great, watery expanse. This task was not easy, nor without sacrifice. My heart stirs as I think of all the life, sweat, and blood that was spent to reach this moment. The weight of countless lives weighs on my shoulders, and I feel each one. A vision of a life being crushed by this burden starts to loom in front of me, and then the camp starts to stir. One by one, the people I have worked so hard beside in the great work step forth from their own tents. The relief, gratitude, excitement, and promise that radiates from each face drives back my own self-pity and woe. Yes, it was hard, and we have lost much, but here and now we have done it. I hear footsteps behind me and turn to see Bo Yi, in his rushed manner, approaching. His quick steps always betraying that he cannot sit still, not unlike the small monkey on his shoulder who chirps at me as he runs. Bo Yi bows low as he draws near. Without a word, his arm sweeps back, revealing another man approaching. It is a man I do not know, but one I do recognize. He holds himself straight with each measured step. His face tired from a long journey, but his presentation is immaculate. His finery announces him as an emissary from Puban. He holds a letter in his hands, and, once close enough, he stops and looks me in the eye. The word of the Emperor has arrived. Honorable you, I, Shun, Lord of the 12 provinces and Emperor of all China, greet you. I saw that, Greg. I screwed that whole thing up. I shouldn't have read chat. Okay. Honorable you, I, Shun, Lord of the 12 provinces and Emperor of all China, greet you this auspicious day. My eyes and ears are ever open to all that happens within our beloved empire. When news arrived that you were reaching the end of this great work, I dispatched this emissary immediately to bring you my heartfelt congratulations. Your work dredging and controlling the waters of these lands will make way for better living for my people and a greater and more prosperous kingdom. You have worked hard, planning each step and fighting off many opponents. You have kept a level head, and while things didn't always go your way, you have persevered, and your success will resound with each rainfall. You have brought great honor to your family, and from this day forth will be remembered in stories as you the Great. All right, so it says, how many defeat cards remain unseen? If you have 4 to 7, we read entry 30. And if we have 1 to 3 left, we have finished the campaign. So basically, we earned the better victory because we only lost 1 game. Wow, riveting. Get out of here. All right. Furthermore, I wish to recognize your great wisdom. Oh, this sounds like it was written just for me. You have not only shown great engineering prowess, but you have also remained upright before your people and your enemies. Your reputation as a person of upright character and morals has not been lost on me. It is my wish that you attend to me in Puban, where you and I will discuss many great works for the future. I would like to make you my Lord of Works and remove the shame brought on your family by your father's failings. All right, so then we further read the next one, which is only if we have 1 or fewer losses, which we do. And finally, I have one more honor to bestow upon you. So great has your success been that all of our people will benefit. Not one person is not indebted to you. In this, there is only one way for a nation to repay the slayer of dragons and the tamer of monkey demons. I, Shun, Emperor and Son of Heaven, do declare that when the time comes, you shall be my heir. No other reward is equal, and I can think of no one else I would rather entrust my legacy to. This shall now be your legacy too. Congratulations, you have finished the campaign. Not only that, you've done it exceedingly well. Truly impressive work. And then tells you how to reset it. So basically, not only did we beat Legacy of You, but we got the best ending. Because it was based on how many losses we had. And you only got the best ending if you had 1 or fewer, which we did. So, yeah. That was fun. I like this game. This is exactly like this is like the ideal game for me. You know, it's basically like it's a worker placement style, hand management-y kind of game, like resource optimization puzzle, and it's exactly like my style of game. I will say I feel like a little bit disappointed in that the difficulty curve felt really strongly influenced by luck. If you got very samey cards here, it was hard to do much about it. And that's like just your deal, you know, it's just how they come out based on your shuffle. And then other than that, it felt like I played all 3 games today exactly the same, right? I got this farm to get 1 worker of my choosing, and then I built all my huts, and then I tried to get these guys out. In this one, I built this farm instead of these last couple purple things, but that was like a minor nuance. And broadly, it's like this board looks almost identical to how my other boards looked, right? So overall, it was very, you know, fundamentally similar, right? This have a farm, have a ton of huts, you know, aggressively take cards from the top, try and tolerate the 2 barbarians in this slot and always be killing this one. I couldn't even do that this time very much because the barbarians were harder, but it didn't matter, right? So it felt like kind of I had this game figured out a little bit, you know, which was a bit of a shame. I wish it had been like a little bit, like a teensy bit harder, or that difficulty was influenced like less by luck, right? Whether or not you're going to have a bad round is mostly what does your first 10 cards look like, and what do you get off the top of the deck from the barbarians, right? And like, you know, if you get barbarians that require a lot of red and yellow and you have no way of getting those in your first 10 cards, then you're going to have a rough time. And by the time you figure it out, you've like already like are way on the back foot because you don't know what's in your 10 cards until you've cycled your deck once, right? And that's only if you have the wherewithal to remember. So anyways, I am babbling like unbelievably, just to say that I really liked this game. I just wish the difficulty curve was more related to like more static, where the randomness influences it like plus minus 5%, not plus minus 50%, which is how it feels, which is a bit of a shame, but like still a minor thing. I played this game 8 times. Each time took me, you know, at least an hour, probably 2 hours on average. So I got like 16 hours of play out of this game. Super worth it. Super worth it. And, you know, I probably wouldn't race to play it again, especially because I feel like I've kind of figured it out. But, like, there's no reason why this, like, yeah, this would be a game I would totally recommend to, like, a solo player, right? I like to hear you babble on. You're very passionate. Well, there you go. There you go. It's okay. It's why we come here. You come here, Martina, because you have to. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. Anyway, super good game. I have yet to play a Shem Phillips game that I didn't enjoy. I feel like this one isn't my favorite of them, but it's close, you know? It's sort of an interesting thing. I'm trying to think of it. I played Paladins. There's also a Shem's Phillip game. Garfield games, Shem Phillips, they all have very similar art and iconography and stuff like that. Paladins of the West Kingdom is one of their many games. Sarah and I played it 2-player, not on stream, but off stream this weekend. And God, I like that game a lot. You know, I like all of them, I think. I actually talked with Shem Phillips a bit. And it was really cool because he basically said, and I've heard other people say this, but I believe him, he designs games that he wants to play. And like, I haven't, every other designer, like every major designer that's seen like critical success for more than one game has published some number of absolute stinkers that only like were popular because of like clout from that designer, but like that designer had to know that it wasn't their best work and actually wasn't very good. Like they're like every one of them. Rosenberg has some crappy games, and those like the Rosenberg games are almost all my favorites, right? And like absolute, there's some junkers. Stefan Feld, same thing. Like any of the big designers always like sneak in a game or two that's just a total turd. And like I've played every Shem Phillips game and they've all been good. So it's an interesting thing. Yeah, anyways, he said that he designs games that he wants to play, and just like usually has some vague idea of a mechanism that he wants to explore, and just keeps trying ideas until it's good. And I think I believe him, you know? Anyway, that concludes my Legacy of You campaign. 8 games down, 1 loss. The 1 loss feels kind of bad too, because we kind of got gimmicked on like the last turn where I would have won, but I flipped out a thing that, you know, a story thing that made me add an extra barbarian, and then because of that I lost. Had it happened at any other time, it would have been totally fine. It was like literally on the last turn or whatever, you know. I had to kill 1 barbarian in order to make enough space to not lose, and I killed that barbarian, and it was one of the story ones, and it added another barbarian. So I got a cheesy loss, and otherwise it would have been nothing but wins. Anyway, fun times. All right, so today I failed to sign up for Tabletop After Dark. Tabletop After Dark is a network of board game streamers where we like raid into one another. So it's sort of an all-day event, happens once a month, and we just kind of share the audience from one to another. You just kind of hang out all day. And I failed to sign up this month because I'm a fool. But I know that they're streaming right now. I just don't know whereabouts in that group they are. I think it's probably Olympian, might be Wacky Taxi Tavern. I gotta take a look and see who is online so I can figure that out. But it is Wacky Tabaxi Tavern. Okay, so we are going to raid in over there to support Tabletop After Dark. Which I should have played Legacy of You for TTAD, but I literally just forgot to sign up. So anyway, yeah, we're going to raid over there. I will be on YouTube this coming Wednesday with Sarah, per usual. We're going to be playing Android Netrunner, which I've never played, so looking forward to that one. And then I will be back next Sunday, per usual, with my normal stream. I know I did say that I was going to be changing streams up in the, especially in October. That's probably not going to happen to the extent that I expected. I took a short contract extension, and now I'm going to be working full time for another couple of months. So it's probably more Christmas time that we're seeing lots of fun and new exciting streams and that sort of thing, and just the usual Wednesday, Sunday until then. But anyways, let's get this raid set up. Looks suspiciously like they're playing words on stream, which they are. But whatever. We're still going to go support them and fire up this raid. Thanks so much for being here today. I had a lot of fun playing Legacy of You, and I'm glad I could share it with you guys. It's super cool that we got the best victory, too. I'm surprised. I thought we were going to get trounced today. I felt rusty for the start of that first play, so I'm really glad that worked out. And yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing more streams with you. I hope you guys will join us over on YouTube this Wednesday for Android Netrunner, and I will see you back here 1 p.m. Mountain next Sunday for I have no idea what I'm going to play, but I look forward to seeing you then, and I hope that this coming week you can work a little less and play a few more games, and we'll see you next time.
When it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when danger, closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need it, I need it. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need it. That's when